Yes, he destroy black boys. If you destroy him as a boy, he'll never become a man.
I've seen a lot of black guys, Nipsey, but you're overdoing it.
My eye, plus I'm in love with a bitch I can't stand. Joe Visa. He looked down, seen his feet, the nigga went berserk, killed the monkey, threw the bat out the window, start kicking that bitch in the air.
Let me get it. Oh, let me get it. Okay. Well, I'm gonna do this. Oh no, it's dying. It's dying. Yeah, that seems to be where I need to be. Right there. Right there. All right. There we go. Well, there we go. Here we go once again. We're here for the NBA game. Should be just doing this shit. So thank you everybody who's gonna see this now or later. Just letting everybody know, that we are here. We are here. And we come to, try to get everybody to have a understanding. Homie 43, it hits different when Homie 43 comes in.
My bitches. You saying you can't control your bitches? What?
Yeah, we getting beat. Yeah, we getting put out. Well, this would be game 4, won't it? No, game 3. Well, game 4. Yeah, the Timberwolves play game 3 tonight. Right? 2, 3. No, it's game 4 tonight. Game 4 tonight. Yeah, they're gonna get put out. They're definitely going to get put out. It's a bunch of games tomorrow. But yeah, the Timberwolves, yeah, they're gonna get put out tomorrow. Definitely put out tomorrow. So nobody should be surprised when they get put out. And I'm just watching the game now. So, I came in, it's 2 minutes and 39 seconds. We're into the first quarter. The score is 25-23. So Jason Tatum hit deep. I don't know if you guys are ahead or behind. You know how that be going. Be ahead and behind at the same time. So, see who's with me. Yeah. Game 3 tonight. Well, they played 2 in Denver. Yes, game 3, because they played 2 in Denver, and then they lost the first game's tonight. Yeah, first home games tonight. Absolutely. Yeah. Because actually, the tickets was like where I said before, where I sat for the high school games. Them tickets was $900, and that was like right dead in the middle. But the tickets on the side was like $160 something, like just like right next to that section. So we had considered that, yeah, because the games is tonight and Sunday. Yeah, Sunday they'll get beat. But you know how this TV stuff is though. They always there's always a possibility of the TV consequences. So, and extra games means extra sponsors and money, but so it's going to be interesting what they do with the Timberwolves. I would say they don't have a chance. I would say they do not have a chance. It's different when CWE comes in the house. What in the hell? uh, you watching the Yankees? Okay. I'm watching the playoffs. I'm watching the Celtics and Atlanta. And I've still been too lazy. Haven't loaded the TV app on the computer where I could watch both games when the other ones come on. Because it's been bogus how they've been overlapping the games. It's really been bogus. So you kind of miss out. You kind of almost got to make a choice. Or again, use a couple different apparatus to watch them. Good shot. Good shot. As I mentioned last night, that 29-foot shot from Curry last night, that was totally over the end of the first quarter. 37-33. Now I haven't looked anything up. Oh yeah, homie. Yeah, that's Blazing Saddles is one of my favorite music. What is Richard Pryor wrote that line? He's like, what did he say? Said, fuck that bullshit, redneck, or some shit like that. Richard Pryor wrote that. Oh, fuck that boy shit, redneck. When he hits the dude in the head too with the shovel. Yeah, that's one of my all-time, that's like my top 3 of all-time favorite movies. Because of Richard Pryor. And even though Cleavon Little took Richard Pryor's role, he owned it. I mean, he literally owned that role. And the chemistry that him and Gene have, later Richard Pryor has with Gene. So Cleavon Little, Blazing Saddle might be his best movie. I mean, it's really well done. I mean, the comedy, his timing. I mean, I love Blazing Saddles. I thought the ending was kind of stupid where, they run in the movie theater. That was kind of stupid. You could tell that was Mel Blanc's over the top. But you could see, where Richard Pryor's influence was. And so, it's one of my all-time favorite movies, no doubt. No doubt one of my all-time favorite. Each series has been boring. I already know who's winning. Well, that's a good point. I'll agree with that. That is a real good point. I would totally agree with that. It's been very, very much predictable so far. So we haven't been surprised by anything. It's going the way it should go. Like, again, the Hawks just, they transitioned their coach. So it's no surprise that, that they're in the position where they're in. And next year they'll reinforce after a year, because remember, he's the general manager too. And there's been a lot of talk about Trae Young. So we'll see. But man, I wanted to read this. Y'all ain't got to look at me. I want y'all to read this. This is crazy today. Let me bring that up. But this right here, who's suspended and why? Wide receiver Cortez Cyphers, defensive back C.J. Moore, and Washington Commanders defensive end Shaka Toney are suspended indefinitely with a chance to apply for reinstatement after the season, which means next March. Now, Jameson, Williams and Berryhill are suspended first 6 games of seasons. Now, the reason why they got less is they bet inside this. From what I understand, these 2 dudes bet inside of the facility. If they would have bet in their cars, they would have been fine. I'm still not really clear. Let's see if they'll make this any clearer why the other guys got heavier suspensions. Okay. So check this out though. Okay. It says prohibits any form of gambling while at a league facility or venue holding practice facilities, stadiums, and hotels and teams. So you can't gamble while you're at any of those. May not gamble while at draft, club, or league events, while traveling to club or league business, using the hub or league, charter planes, making endorsements, including charter planes. You see this? Wow. Or promotional appearance. Though player suspensionly, surprisingly, generate the most interest, ESPN, blah, 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 that thanks led to the union representation, Major League have Livy and other NFL personnel in the policy. Still really so. Players cannot bet on matters related to games, of course. Yes, the only group of league on employees permitted to bet on other sports. They're the only group of league on or team employees permitted to bet on other sports. Wow, did you guys catch that? Yet they are the only group of league or team employees permitted to. So you can bet on other sports while in the NFL. You just can't do it on in the NFL property. Wow. Non-player league and team employees are prohibited. So you can't bet on the property. Strict requirements regarding appearance for gambling, places whose primary purposes offer sports betting. All NFL personnel may not accept gifts or service from gambling entities higher than $250. I did not know that. They may not accept prizes more than any reason, fantasy, blah, blah, blah. Even during camp, league, gambling policy, blah, blah, blah. Describe 3 different ways that players notice a policy. See, this really, I guess, here we go. Which NFL games rig, where NFL games rig. Says this review uncovered no evidence indicating inside information used if any games were compromised in any way. The NFL's is introduction to policy guides which stated purpose of maintaining integrity of its brand, games, clubs, players, coaches, and other leagues and personnel. Gambling, particularly betting on NFL other sports events, risks to the integrity of competition. But yet, remember, it said that the NFL players and people. So they're telling you the whole league and owners can still bet on other sports. Everybody in the NFL can bet on other sports. You just can't bet from the facility. Isn't that interesting? So the most recent Ridley got, was bet before Ridley missed a season, but since granted reinstatement, now playing for the Jaguars. Players. Commanders sent a statement they have been made aware of and incorporate fully supporting the Jameson violation not being on football, but rather do a technical. See that, and that's technical regarding the actual location where the online betting was placed, which would otherwise be allowed, but outside the facility. So the ones that got hit hardest, it seemed like all of them did the same thing though. So I don't know. Some guys only got 6 months. The other guys got harder times. So I don't know if y'all caught that. I don't know if anybody caught that. But that was earlier today. So, but yeah, Blazing Saddles is one of the all-time favorite. One of my all-time favorite. Okay, we got 45-42. Still Tatum to the hoop. He must have missed. He missed. Couldn't really. Oh, Trey Young, Shake and Bacon knew I was traveling. You're only supposed to get one kind of sidestep. So I was telling my best friend, you practice that hard jab, and then what they allow you is a sidestep. And that's why I was trying to say about, LeBron's son. If you ain't looking at his fundamentals, you got to really look at the complete game. Just don't look at it because he's so-and-so's son. Look at how he plays. Look at the decisions he's making. Look at his fluid. Look at the way he's handling the ball. Look at the decisions he's making. I mean, this is how you scout people. And how you see if there's talent there or not. As I was saying, I looked at Trey's Young game, and when he was a freshman, he didn't learn the script. First 3 or 4 games, they turned the rims on like that. They was letting him hit like that the first 5 or 6 games. And the rest of the season, they turned it off. So he really probably didn't learn the script enough because he was still firing them bombs. And remember, they wrongly let that team make the tournament because of him. And he didn't have a good game in the tournament. Which means at some point, he probably will be favored with something in this league. May not necessarily be with Atlanta, but he'll get favor for losing in college. And he didn't play on a great team in college either. Hawks will win this game, you think, homie? Okay. The NFL investigating itself for rigging games like the CIA investigating for... Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. I agree. I agree entirely. see if he hit the three. Oh, he hit it. They putting pressure on him now. Good shot. Good shot. 59-40. 50-49. Hawks up. Double post. Do you see they both flashed? Do you see how they both flashed? One at the low post, one at the high post. I talked before. I ran across this kind of post game that was a lot of elbow post, and it was called a blitz. Is what it was. It was called a blitz system. Looked somewhat like the way they ran the triangle because it was a lot that you could run. But sometimes I even had that where I could have both guys flash, and then you can also have both guys cross. One go low, like that. Yeah, both guys cross. Because with that, it was constant movement. Those people that would come in, they constantly moved. If boom, this didn't work, and there's offense proceeded, boom. And I even taught young guys how to run. How old the old pro NBA games was. And they still do it where you run that pick. A couple people, the old Duke kind of stuff, pick. But NBA was a little simpler. You would just go down and you'd come out, circle around somebody and try to get in the corner and get that little pick like that to get in the corner. I was teaching young dudes how to run that kind of stuff. And it's really funny, like trying to teach people how to play basketball is not an easy task. Because it's hard to get people to understand, the fundamental things. Oh, that was a charge the way it looked there. No, it was slowed down, but it looked like he had position. Yeah, they gave it to him. Because people don't realize all the time it takes. And that's why I would say, even with the fixing, it still takes a skill to play the game. I mean, the Globetrotters were the best in the world at one time. And as the Sweetwater movies showed back then, he was paying the other guys to, knew they were going to lose. So he paid them too, which was really bogus, kind of a slap in the face, pay them more. But anyway, so it's always talented teams. So it's always, there's talent there. So I would never say that to do this. And as I equate for wrestling, you got to be able to take the falls. You still got to be able to take the falls. So, yeah, I'm from Michigan, Daryl. It's different when Daryl Jones comes in.
Got to have vision.
Yeah, I'm from Michigan. I'm from Kalamazoo. I'm from Kalamazoo. But like even trying to teach younger people who are learning the game, it's hard for them to even envision that it takes just fundamentals to really to get the basis, to really fundamentals to get the basics. That's what it really takes. Those type of fundamentals to get to the other spots. And then especially it's ball handling is the number one thing that you want to teach them. Shooting can always come, and shooting comes with strength. A lot of bad habits come because people aren't strong enough to shoot the ball. And I played where at a certain point we were playing with 9-foot rims, but can't say yay or nay. Hurt me, help me, about the same. I would say from a running aspect, the lower it's a lot easier to run and shoot on the lower hoops. The lower it is, it seems like it takes a little less out of you. I would say that as of anything. It seemed like it took a little less out of you to have to jump lower. It's like what my cousin would always want to go to parks where he could dunk on the hoops. I could dunk on a 10-foot, so it really wasn't, it was to me, it was a downgrade. I was playing down. Like him and his friends, they could dunk on. Matter of fact, it was like an 8-foot rim, something like that. It was like an 8-foot rim, 8.5. So all them short dudes could dunk on it. But for me, it was a downgrade. It wasn't fun for me because I could dunk on a 10-foot rim. Like all the stuff they would do on that rim, I could do on a 10-foot rim. So I would go out there and watch. I would just play, but like when I would play, I wouldn't be dunking because it wasn't a challenge. Because I knew I could dunk every time, and they would talk stuff, and it was easy just to dunk. Like I'm playing a different way, because this is not a challenge for me. I'm gonna work on something else. I'm gonna work on my ball handling around you shorter, quicker guys. So I would still get something out of it. And of course, I could just back them all, any of them down. When I was young, I could back all my older cousins down pretty quick. 9th, 10th grade, they were done. Like the dudes that gave me trouble in 7th and 8th grade, yeah, not in 9th grade. From 9th grade on, I put it to everybody, and that's how quickly everybody you can develop. I mean, that's what the Hoop Dreams with Howard Algie, AG, the AG guy. The AG guy was one of the best players in Chicago in 9th grade, and they don't show that side. Well, he was really holding his own, playing against a lot of dudes in 9th grade, and they don't really show that. So 8th, 9th grade, he was putting in real work with people. And I'll say this, one thing I could say about Chicago that I know that was set up better. Chicago never stopped having pro leagues, like multiple pro leagues. It never went away in Chicago. Never. It's always pro leagues. Like even the way they had to put in the midnight leagues in Chicago, it was like the first couple years that people accepted uniforms and shoes, but after that, dudes was getting paid. And it was a couple different versions. It was a summer version and a fall version. So popular. They was just dudes just straight up getting paid and, sharing the gate and stuff. So we got 7 minutes left, 50-50. Lot more competitive game than what we saw the other night with them. I'm 6'4" and could barely touch the rim in my prime. Really? Oh yeah, nothing more important in a game than a tight handle. Yeah. And Chicago, as I said, Chicago was unique for a couple reasons, especially my age, like the late 70s, early 80s. I would say mid 70s, because I want to say when I was a junior, I think some of the Chicago parks had went to 11 feet because people was tearing up the rims. So trying to remember if that's right or not, but it was some of the parks was 11 foot. They had to be 11 foot. And then remember, it was so many people there, like when you would play a game of fight where, people was going to 44 instead of 21. A lot of people call fight 21. Well, go to Chicago, they play the 44. And be amazing how many people would score 30 and something, against a group of people. And that in itself gave a special skill set. Because a person that can, get 30 on a bunch of other people, that is, easier than playing a game of 21. If you see from a skill standpoint that you came with a guy, so like a game of just fight, even with 10 players, you only got to score 21. But a game of fight, when you got to score 44, is a whole different brain, because everybody got to score to be competitive and to stay in the game. And it's amazing to watch people score like that. Just score. It's like even double teams, just score on people, double, triple team, and you still be able to score. And that's what it is. Be strong enough. And I'll tell any young person that plays ball, watch other people and then practice what they do. Like going in the lane, pushing people's arms away. I learned that from young dudes. One of my proteges, dude I used to coach football in. I used to take him hooping with me. And he was the best at that. I mean, he could literally dribble with one hand and push a person's arm out the way and then cross over to that hand. I mean, he was so natural the way he did it. He could go through a group of guys and he would make room for himself, because if that person reached, he would push his arm away but could still dribble the ball. And then once he pushed the dude's arm away, he gained that space. And if the same thing happened and he took his next step, he could push that arm away and gain that space while dribbling the ball. And I picked that move up. I was like, oh, and I picked that move up. I picked it up. Like that Deanna Vincenzo, that move he did where he threw the ball up in the air over the 7-footer. See, that's the NBA stuff. If you practice that kind of thing, study Norm Nixon. Norm Nixon, man, he was the best at the high bank. I mean, sometimes he would touch the top of the bank of that backboard and he had the perfect angle. But DiVincenzo he did a finger roll, and it was just like a toss finger roll. And it was just over dude's head. Because you can judge people. You know what kind of jumps and ups they got. And at a certain point, they can't get up there and get it. That's part of fundamentals. Dr. Sinister.
My bitches. You saying you can't control your bitches? What?
Yeah, Daryl. Oh, the Chicago and the state of Illinois has a great history of Oh, yeah. And don't forget Indiana too. You can't forget Indiana. And I'll just briefly say Indiana was probably the greatest basketball state for a long time, hooping wise. With that one open champion, yeah, you were seeing Larry Bird came out of that system, and a bunch of other George McGinnis, Oscar Robertson, the mugs came out that Indiana system where it's only one champion. So it's some Indiana dudes that can hoop too. But yeah, Chicago, long history of hoopers. Sweetwater went to De La Salle. Nate Sweetwater Clifton, that the movie is about. He went to De La Salle in Chicago. So yeah. And what is this here? Seberstein tries to take so it says right here, the Wendell Phillips High School heavyweight team wins the Central Division the Chicago Public High School League, the Wendell Phillips High School team. A group of these players called themselves the South Side Post of the American Legion. So they start playing pro ball in 1926. 1927, the team became the Savoy Five. They're playing pro ball. And then Saberstein comes in 27 and must have bought, the interest and names at a different name. So they had, these guys had been pros, for a couple years. Because they don't even tell you what they do, in 23, 24. They say they win it the 1 year, but they had to have been playing pro this whole other time. So, but yeah, definitely. Some, Earl Joyner, what's happening?
You got to have vision.
Any of you are not students of the game, they need to watch more film during the off season. Well, I say they probably put all that like it was his best friend. Tim Duncan, oh man, go to that whatever year that was where he tore up Garnett first. I mean, he just embarrassed Garnett. He was here and like Garnett was yelping and stuff, and Tim Duncan didn't have to say nothing. He just put that work on him. That was 1 year where they had a good team. They had really a good team. And then when he faced Shaq, that was one dude where Shaq couldn't guard him. Shaq guarded most people in the league. Shaq could guard. There was those years that Tim Duncan was in his prime. Shaq couldn't guard him. And you know what the opposite is? The opposite is Shaq couldn't generate enough offense to outplay him. See, it's a difference when you can just operate on people, but when somebody coming back at you, that makes that makes a whole different. And what do they say? It hits different. But I mean, it makes you have to play harder. So when he had to come down there and guard Tim Duncan, it affected him because it took energy away from him on playing on the offensive end. And really it shouldn't have, because he couldn't do nothing because Tim Duncan was just, would get by him, again, sidestepping, shoot that. I would take that. All right. All right. We got 50, 70, 58, 58. Ooh, that's way high. Way high. Sorry. 58 to 70 to 58. Can Braxton hit it? Buxton hit it? They hit. Ah, they got the little lead. They got the lead on them. Whoa. Joker from the Nuggets with Smoke Ting Duncan. Oh, no, he wouldn't have. Have you heard the name Moses Walker? Yeah, Moses Walker and his brother. Yeah, it's Moses and what is his brother's name? Mudcap? But yeah, Moses Walker and his brother, of course. Of course, I've heard of them. Yep. Tim Duncan used to bet. Yeah, you ain't got better hoops than L.A. Ain't got no city got better hoopers than L.A. Well, that's a period thing too. You know, that's a period thing. That's a period thing. And I understand. You know, it's a bigger state and there's a bigger pool to pull from. Absolutely. And the benefit of being able to play outdoors, outdoors all year is a great benefit. It's surprisingly more baseball. Oh, Lord. Oh Lord, I had to say that. I was like getting this water and this silk. Silk and water do not go together. you get water on silk, it stains. I forgot about that. Yeah, Tim Duncan. Yeah, I think so. Tim Duncan was strong, but Joker couldn't have guarded Tim Duncan. I mean, he just was too good at that. That elbow game was his. That elbow mid game was his. I would almost say that Tim Duncan's little backboard shot was probably like the most second effective, like a big guy shot, like guaranteed shot since Kareem's hook. Like Tim Duncan's his like he didn't want it. I mean, he could operate from the elbow, so they didn't really run the triangle. He preferred the little lower block, but he worked on that whole side. And Tim Duncan could also catch you in the wing, and that's the thing where he would kill Shaq because he could face up Shaq, and then he could like face him, and you know he could face him and go hard body with Shaq like that, where Shaq would have to kind of if he shot the little drive, you know, the little drive and then shoot it over Shaq. But most of the time he could like make Shaq face him and then put Shaq to that lower spot he was looking for. Because that's what he would do every time. He'd make Shaq face him, and then Shaq would be on his heels because Shaq really ain't good. Shaq want to push up against you, and Duncan would get that separation there. And then he would put his body, once Shaq was already kind of off his heels, then he would turn his body and start working on him, with his back to him to see where he wanted to shoot that bank on Shaq. And Shaq wasn't effective on he just, and again, it's scripted, but I'm just saying the way they work that script, you still got to make the baskets. And Duncan, there was nothing Shaq could really do to stop him. And when Shaq had to guard like that intentionally, is that, somebody called it. Look at this, 12-point lead. Yeah, but sometimes we see these, they get this and then it blows. Ooh, water and silk. Joker had Tim Duncan skating out there. Not at the same age they are now. Not at the same age they are now. If they both was the same age, Duncan was better than Joker. Tim Duncan, Rashid, and O'Neal would dominate today's game because they all played both sides. I would say, I don't know about Jermaine O'Neal. I don't know. I don't know if he in today's game he would have lasted. Because a lot of those guys couldn't shoot. In today's game, you gotta even at their size, all them dudes are 7 foot, 6'11", 7 foot, and they couldn't really shoot. That was the problem in today's game. Like where would Kevin Garnett really fit in today's game? He was never Durant. He was always, somebody had to deliver him the ball. Now defensively, yeah, he gonna give you that, and he gonna guard, no doubt. But offensively, I mean, he was limited. But, running up and down, and then again, what age Garnett? So I don't know. He wasn't as smooth as the other. I'll say Tim Duncan, Rasheed Wallace, yeah. because he was also could shoot from the hole. He could spread the floor, but he was also guaranteed mid range. And he did what Dirk did before Dirk, where just you couldn't get on his jumper. He didn't need to fade away. He would just go straight up on you, and he's what 6'11", 7 foot, that no one could get with him. When he his mid range was like Dirk's was, but I think maybe even a little bit before Dirk. He didn't need to fall away. Dirk needed to fall away. Probably got that habit from being frail too, separating and falling away, and he was so tall he didn't have to make contact. Because some people would bump into people and then fall away like that. But Dirk, but Rasheed didn't need to do that. Rasheed could just shoot over everybody on his vertical. And that really doesn't exist anymore either. No one looks to make those kind of plays anymore. Just shooting over people. When you see a guard or some, we were seeing the mismatches last night, but for the most part, people just you want to pin somebody down and easy dunk or something, but just to shoot over everybody in that mid-range game, guaranteed, too. Ooh, mean intentions. Which shoes is he wearing? Young MVP Garnett. Okay. Because I saw every aspect of him. I was living here, and was even when I wasn't living here, I was going to see him when they would come west, and then I would come here every so often too. So I saw a lot of Garnett. I probably, watched him grow up. Because he used to be the young cat that lived in like the townhouses where my friend lived. Now they wasn't even it was like townhouses and apartment, and he lived in the townhouses. It was the same complex, but some was townhouses and some was apartments. And he lived when he was a younger cat. And I want to say that's the one he bought. He bought that townhouse for his sister. And his sister sued him. I think he tried to take it back. But I think that's the same place. Because it was some townhouses where he lived in the same, where my one friend lived. And I was down there when they brought him in at his news conference. I was there. And it was quite surprising. Because there was something else going on too when they brought him in. Trying to think what else was going on. And it might even been like, because the way you get Timberwolves tickets back then, when you couldn't get them online, you had to go down there. You could buy them over the phone, but to get tickets, to get tickets, you had to kind of go down there at one point. Because you couldn't buy them the day of the game unless you got them from a scalper. Because they, not like most sports where, but like, hell, basketball, ain't no tickets being sold unless it's scalpers. You ain't if you ain't got a ticket, unless you get it from a scalper. And I guess now the scalper can give you the ticket through the phone. Because, the phones, all the tickets is pretty much through the phones. So, Dirk is overrated. Was soft. He liked to shoot threes. He'd be great today. I don't know if he was, if she was really soft, but he could shoot over people. Dirk is overrated. I would just say this, not trying to have a bias. Again, Dirk was created during the Dream Team summer. That's why he played against them twice. That's why Barkley told the story and tried to get him to go to Auburn. Dirk was the first, their attempt to get exposure to bring him to the league. They exposed him at 17. And, great stories. You can fix those kind of games, too, to make Dirk look good. And then Dirk got to play against the Dream Team twice. So you could already see they were setting the narrative. But remember, when he went down there his first years, he wasn't playing. I don't know if y'all remember that. That first year or two. Remember Nash either. I think Nash came in the second year. I think it was Dirk and then Nash came over. Or Nash came over from because Nash got traded there too. Both of them from somewhere else. Nash from Canada, but I want to say Nash played in America, college. So it took them a while, and Dirk did not become a good rebounder till much later in his career. But at first, that wasn't a priority, and the defense because he just wasn't strong. But what he did become is what the league has always been. He could score, and his numbers don't. I mean, his numbers tell you the way he was able to play the script. He was able to score. 27,000. And what is LeBron just said? 33,000. So Dirk put up numbers. And he played 20 years also. And went in the league extremely young. Dirk probably went in the league at, what, 18, 19? So maybe 19. So, and just as you say, you know, his championship was fabricated, which it was. But on the other hand, remember the one they gave away when they let the Heat and gave Dwayne Wade 20 free throws a game. They got cheated out of that one. They had the much better team. They're 3-up. They're being up that series 3-1 was legit. So that was Atlanta and the Patriots. You know, you got the 27-3 lead, and you know they had it, and they showed that team making a difference. So, but so overrated, and I don't know to say he deserved Hall of Fame. Yeah, I would say. I mean, that high in scoring, I think he's, you know, 27,000. Y'all can look it up to see where he is on the scoring chart. He's in the top 20 something, I think, in scoring. So he's able to put up numbers consistently. So, in the time of Duncan, Shaq, David Robertson, you know, those times. Many like Sheed, you know, many more than players. Garnett. I'll say this too. You know, it's like I watch, you know, the Minnesota games. Even if I don't go to the game, you know, before Bally was when it was the Fox channels. You know, they showed all their games, the Timberwolf games. So I got to see like Kevin Love, and I watched him play live several times, and he was actually a pretty decent player when he was here. Like he filled the role of what Garnett did here. 20 and 10 consistently. He was better. Like I break down Christian Laettner. Christian Laettner they really had hopes of Christian Laettner being what Dirk turned out to be. They had those hopes for him. Just as Dirk got to play against they let Christian Laettner, they didn't let Shaq and Barkley make the team. And Barkley might have been a little older, but they didn't let Shaq make that team, the dream team. Bobby Knight cut Shaq, cut Barkley. So they was trying to push Christian Laettner to be the next Larry Bird. And it became prevalent. Like, why do you think when they talk about the dream team practices, you know, he's not really prevalent. He was nowhere. He couldn't even compete. Whereas Shaq at that age could have competed. But Laettner could not have competed on just, he can't create anything for himself. You understand? You know, he wasn't, so in the NBA, and especially playing with all these professional men that all can create something for themselves or be in position to take something, Laettner didn't really have any of those skills. And him being on the dream team didn't do anything for him. But with saying that, all players do get better, the better competition. And what he did do, he did do good. I mean, even in the Little League played in the Olympics. He can consistently get you the same amount every time, given the amount of time he plays. So without the system being ran at him and you specifically running things through him, it wasn't going to really do a lot for you. But if someone took an effort to feed him, he can consistently give you 3 or 4 in a row from his sweet spots. And he did that here. And he would get 10 rebounds every game. Even if he didn't score 6 points, he's going to get 10 to 20 rebounds. And he consistently did that here. He wasn't Garnett and he wasn't Kevin Love, but he consistently did what he did good. He can consistently score 3 or 4 in a row from his little mid-range game He'd get you a few offensive rebounds because he, you know, his size, and he kind of went after it, and he had big enough size to stand up against someone and guard them. So, but Kevin Love was better. Kevin Love did all that, but he did it better. From a guy that was slightly shorter, Kevin Love, what, 6'10", he did all that better. Christian Laettner really only had like just a little short jumper. I mean, watch his college game. Really stiff game. I mean, a really specific. It's hard to tap his pro offensive game comparing him to college, where he got a lot of clear short looks. He, you know, contested players, it was harder for him to get them shorter little looks. If that makes sense. Because testing shots, it wasn't easy for him. Whereas Kevin Love, it didn't matter. So he could still get off his shot. And I guess that's my point. Laettner, that's where he struggled. Contestant shots where people his own size, he struggled against that. Where Kevin Love was fluid enough, that none of that mattered. He had enough all-around game, it didn't matter. But, you know, Laettner was going to get you consistently 15 to 20 rebounds. Hey, James Wooten, Brother Red Wolf, thank you for joining me.
You got to have vision.
Thank you for joining me. So we're halftime right now, halftime of the basketball game. This is my night. I'm not going to come on later, so I come on a little earlier and chop it up with everybody while I'm watching the game. So not really giving a whole bunch, just a little bit of basketball history right now. And that's just my love for it. It's all parts of it. And even old players who are ignored, because the old players had just as much to do with today's game as the new players, and just the way everything evolves. That's all. Thank you. And you guys, check out his content. He gives great content. And I love his passion. And free thinkers. And that's what we all need. We all need thinkers. See how I'm just able to create when the mismatch, people get you the ball inside. And Laettner didn't always have that. When he had Bobby Hurley, he was able to get that. Wasn't able to get that so much in the NBA, where it wasn't somebody concentrating on getting the ball where he wanted it. And for a big dude that's kind of limited offensively, that's hard. When you don't have guards that can feed you like that. The guards can't really create enough space themselves to feed you where you need to be fed for you to be effective. So, my uncle Lonnie Wright used to play with the Denver Nuggets, and y'all know my uncle John Amos. Yeah, I knew your uncle John Amos. Lonnie Wright. Okay. Wow. Okay. I did not know that. And of course I know, oh man, they've been showing your uncle. They slid in a couple of pictures of your uncle playing football, which is great. Because I'm friends with your cousin too. I'm friends with your cousin. And she's beautiful. She's a beautiful soul. I'm pretty sure that's how I connected with you, was through her. You're free to call me anytime, brothers. Anything on your mind, or anything research, or you got some books, anytime. I'm open. I'm an easy guy to talk to, bro. Denver Broncos also. Okay. Denver Broncos. Oh, he played in the AFL. Oh, okay. Yeah, he'd have been about AFL age. Yeah. I did not know that. Jazz. Okay. The Jazz, the Utah Jazz, or jazz music? So did your uncle play for the Broncos? That's cool, though, if he did. Wow. Jazz music? Yeah, I love jazz music. I've said before, I love Coltrane. His music speaks to me. I've always talked about it. I think it's a song he does called Song for Mary. And it's Shining Star made music to it. It's da 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 da. The shining stars. You're a shining star, da da da. No matter who you are, da da da. That's Coltrane. And I'm surprised that none of his family or anybody ever did anything about that. But if you listen to Shining Star, it's that song, the song for Mary by Coltrane. It's the same. It's the same. But yeah, I don't know. I just kind of like Coltrane. I met Dizzy Gillespie in Greensboro. It's funny, like in a couple of weeks, I met Dizzy Gillespie and I met Ryan McNair. You know, Ryan McNair went to A&T. Like I met Ryan McNair the second time a few months before he supposedly blew up in the Challenger. Because they had a day for him. Yeah, it was an event where Dizzy was there. It was like something in Greensboro that was huge. And both Dizzy and Ron was there and spoke and shit. I think Dizzy played, but it was like the same event. Because, you know, Ron was an engineer from A&T. I think one of the schools is named after Ron. One of my cousins, Lonnie, played for the one of your cousins, Lonnie, played for the Denver Broncos. And John played for the Chiefs. Oh, John played for the Chiefs. Oh, man. Wow. So John played in the AFL. Okay. Wow. And like Frank Williams or Fred Williamson, you know, he played for the Chiefs too. Fred Williamson and remember Ernie Ladd. Ernie Ladd played for the Chiefs and Chargers maybe, but I think he played for the Chiefs too. And Ernie Ladd wrestled. So a lot of them people, and we know what's his name? Carl Weathers. He played for the Raiders. Ernie Stroud, you know, the American Indian Ernie Stroud. Wow, they letting Bronny get all this money. You know, Bronny had the highest NIL last year. He made $7.8 million last year. I think he's made the highest NIL of all time. And this commercial probably counts for this year. Yeah. But that's great history, man. That is really great history. And a lot of brothers was able to, you know, keep going with that, you know, have that experience. Because one thing people don't understand is playing college sports prepares you, and what pro sports prepares you is talking to the public, talking to the media. I mean, my coach had shows, you know, and we always talk to reporters. So it taught you how to talk to the reporters. It taught you how to dress when you went on TV and stuff. Because we would sit and talk about each other if we didn't dress when we was on TV. So, but it trains you for that, taking questions under pressure, under emotion. But that is great, man. Oh, yeah, I know Shannon. Yeah, I know Shannon. I'm friends with Shannon. Yeah, that's how I met you, was through Shannon. I'm sure. I was friends with her before I was friends with you. And I'm pretty sure that, you know, you came across because I was friends with her. They all visited when I trained in boxing. Oh, okay. Where was you up in Pennsylvania? You changed with Ali in Pennsylvania? What was it called? Deer Mountain up in there in Pennsylvania, where he had all the big rocks, the painted rocks. He trained up there. Deer something up there, where they used to live up there. They shot some of the Greatest, his movie The Greatest, they shot up there. And you know, Ali lived in what is that called? Buffalo. Was it Buffalo? No. What is that? Man, one of the first cities in Michigan. I'd have to look that up. But Ali used to live down there on Al Capone's old property. Al Capone had a property down there that was right in Michigan, and I can't even think of the little town it's called. And the McDonald's had all Ali stuff in it. But yeah, Ali had that training facility. Yeah, I grew up around boxing. I met Ali's brother. I've said many times before, you know, my cousin K-Dog knocked out Roger Mayweather in AAUs. But I met the daddy. I met him too. I met Floyd Sr. They're just from Grand Rapids. They're old. Roger was my age. The daddy's older by a few years. And I met all them dudes because I was told the story before. My stepfather's best friend used to work at General Motors, and he saved up his money. He was the boxing manager promoter, and he took the money from General Motors and he put it into the boxing promoter. And so I met a lot of boxing dudes, and I've trained. It was just hard for me to fight not being mad. That was the thing. It was like I loved the training, sparring. It was okay. It was like track. I equate boxing like track. I love train. I didn't love the training in track so much, but it was like, I don't know, like the practice in track was just unfulfilling, and the winning in track to me was unfulfilling. I didn't get fulfilled beating people running. That wasn't so fulfilling. So, but I love the training, not so much the other part, because it just, I wasn't motivated enough to, want to fight seriously like that. And if I had to get mad to fight, that takes away from strategy because I'm mad. But I even took a little bit of martial arts. As I mentioned, like Sly said, could people beat their fathers when they was younger? My father started studying martial arts at 23, 24. And my father was a black belt in karate since then. So, my father's 18 years older than me, so I've told the story before. My father, I had a white shirt, and my uncle is tall. My uncle's 6'5". My father's about 5'10". And we was just trying to jump him, playing with him. Shit, that dude kicked me in my chest and he knocked me off my feet because we was in grass. Like we had chased him off the court into the grass. So he kind of waited till we got in the grass. As soon as we got in the grass, he just sighed to kick the shit out of me. And I mean, he ain't pull his kick. He kicked me. And I had a big print and he knocked me off my feet. And then he kicked my uncle. Didn't knock my uncle down, but he kicked him. My uncle left him alone. And then the rest of the night, they laughed at me because I had to go around the rest of the night with a print of my dad's foot on my chest. So yeah, my dad could fight. My dad liked to fight too. So I don't think at 25 I could have whooped my dad, even though I was probably outweighed him, bigger, outweighed him. I think skill wise, I think he had more skill. I would give that to him. I never stepped to him like that. I mean, respect for one, but I never, thought about, because he could handle business and he carried pistols too. So, so he carried pistols all the time. So I don't know. I don't know if I could have took my dad. He took us to meet Gus D'Amato. Oh, bet. Okay. Yeah. Y'all went up because Gus D'Amato's up in the Catskills. Any clips of young OG taking interviews on the internet? No, I don't think so. Because we was trying to bring up stuff from the coaches show. And because the coaches show, the 80, what was that season? 80, because I don't even think the news station has the coaches shows anymore. Because the coaches show that 80, 81 season, 80 season. Yeah, the year we won the Gold Ball, 80 season. I think we couldn't, if I remember right, I don't even know. We might see if they had that on microfilm or something, but no, it wouldn't even, I don't think the film exists anymore for even the coaches shows. I think they destroyed all that kind of stuff. So I doubt it. Them clips, them clips of us talking to us is small school. That stuff didn't stay long. Like we tried to go back and get because they filmed all our games. Our games all was on television and filmed. And again, it was we were syndicated, I guess you could say, by ESPN, BET, ESPN show. So ESPN, BET was its network, but they couldn't put the stuff out. They needed ESPN to put the games out nationally. So I don't even know if ESPN even filmed any of that stuff. Because it really wasn't, we paid, the way BET did it, they paid, they paid them to, or they got part of the sponsor money for hosting it. So, yeah, I doubt it. Like even my high school stuff, check this out. Even luckily I kept all my high school scrapbook stuff. Now, interestingly, I just, mismentioned, all my high school stuff, my papers and articles from my high school stuff, I can go back and get. It's on microfilm at the newspapers. And it's, you can get microfilm almost 100 and some years old. I bet you can get microfilm long as microfilm existed. I bet you can go back and get it. So all my newspaper articles, there was a few when we'd lose, I wouldn't get to, if I wasn't in the paper and we lost, I wouldn't cut it out. And you figure shit, back then we still played about 25 games. And like my basketball season, fuck, I think it was 15 pictures of 15 pictures of me in the paper, something like that. I got it from my grandfather, Dynamite Charlie Wright, who's the reason why I joined the military. Okay, you had that connection. That's cool. That is really cool. That is really cool.
You got to have vision.
That's right. You remember a clip from Bronx Tale where the kids said the Yankees lost. The manifesto tells them Mickey Mantle ain't gonna pay the rent of one of my favorite scenes. Yeah, exactly, exactly. And that's where these other leagues, and as I was saying, like with Chicago and what Chicago turned into, what the like it's funny that no one ever made a true video on the Midnight League, as far as I know. I've never seen any like documentary of the Midnight League, which started in Baltimore. And like I wonder if again we'd have to look at the years of the Wire, because then there's characters from Baltimore that they copy. But I just wonder when the Midnight League was implemented there, because the Midnight League was given, like I read a few weeks ago, most people that commit robberies is young people between 15 and 20 something, 24 seems to be the cutoff for robbery. And we know that crime committed by this age group and a little older, preteens, teens, was their criminal activity was between 9 and 3 in the morning. Oh, okay. So that was the first place it was put was Baltimore. Okay, I can let her know now. I'm gonna have me some country fried steak. No, not Marcus Garvey. Gravy. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Pretty sure they have that. But this gave me a chance, instead of going out, this gave me a chance to watch the game and stream earlier. But thank you, Red Wolf. Thank you so much for coming through. I appreciate it. I had you in the papers in the with the Kodak logo. My scrapbook is over there. My scrapbook is over there. I only made the Greensboro paper a few times. But the team was always on the news, the coaches, and you could see us running in the background and shit, if we wasn't getting interviewed, if we didn't have a good game. But if you had a good game the week before, and it's funny how that thing goes is the colder the weather is, you see less and less reporters at the practices back then because everybody was seeing you outside. I mean, it was really primitive the way it was. When the weather was nice, they was always at the practices. As the weather got uglier at practice. And again, North Carolina, the weather ain't never really bad. 7 years I lived down there, it was never a bad winter that I would say that was bad. Shit, this winter I just experienced had damn near 90 inches of snow last winter, so I can live through a bad winter. Did he make that? See how high he shot that? That's all it takes. Yeah, Greensboro is in North Carolina. Yeah. Yep. Hey, Doris. Doris, it hits different when you join.
You got to have vision.
Yeah, Greensboro's North Carolina. That's where the A&T is. I was young. Shot that up there. Boom. Oh, Charles Barkley. They said, or they said he was going to hit more than one. He was going to hit more than one. Thank you for joining. But yeah, that's where it is. It's in Greensboro. See, I think it's very doubtful. Very doubtful I could find any film of me playing. For sure, it looks like all that stuff was they disposed of it, and I mean they disposed of that stuff a long time ago. I remember in the let me see, the boys was born, so I was trying to help a boy, and he must have graduated 99 2000. Where was I living when I was trying to help him? So somewhere around then, maybe even earlier, maybe like see the boys was born in 01 02. They were babies then, so and they had destroyed it by then. My last season was 81. And I remember talking to him, and that had to be 2000, 2001, 2, somewhere in there. They had destroyed it by then. There wasn't any more film left. I guess I should have, inquired earlier. Went down there and made, because I went down there in 88. I guess should have took a machine and tried to dub it. But to my knowledge, not even any of the news, any of the games from the news, because it's, again, it's local channels that would put the game out. Well, it was BET, or it was ESPN. No, I didn't go. No, I never had an overseas offer. I had a chance to go hoop in Mexico, but I turned that down. I didn't want to go down to Mexico to hoop. But that was the only time I got to, go out the country to play. I mean, I played in Canada, but just playing. I mean, I guess if you little semi-pro in Canada, I guess there's a couple leagues. I forgot about that. Some wide leagues or something like that in Canada. I played in those because back, before 9/11, you could just freely with a license go back and forth. You didn't have to have a passport to go back and forth from Canada. It was free exchange, as they call it, between countries. So that ain't going overseas. That never appealed to me either. That never appealed to me. I've heard positive, as I said, one of my friends was a globetrotter. And he said he adapted to eating the food and the women all around the world. So he loved it. I've talked to some other dudes that really could never adapt. Like him and Keegan Murray's dad, Kenyon. His dad played in China. He didn't like playing in China. Keegan played last night. But his dad played in China. He said he didn't like it. He said it's too many damn people. Now my friend that was a globetrotter loved it. He said he had a Chinese girlfriend and everything. He used to kick it because they went there a couple times a year. He said they went there 3 or 4 times a year. Because, the Globetrotters would have 2 or 3 teams sometimes. It wasn't always one team. They'd have 2 or 3 teams, and those 2 or 3 teams would have, playing a team. They would always carry a team with them. And those guys would go back and forth. Some of those guys would be trotters, and some of the guys would play on the other team some games. There was guys that played Pro-Am in the summers. That's why I was asking my nephew if, the Pro-Am, and I'm not sure how Pro-Am was affected here, but I think now he's going to college, he can play Pro-Am in the summer, play against the better competition. Because that used to be, like Royce White, Hoopers, what's his name, Chris Humphreys. All those cats would play Pro-Am here in the summer. The airports used to be big sponsors. They always had 2 or 3 teams. And I know the guy that used to run them, he still does. He does like young men's leagues. He sponsors like all the AAU. I mean, he has his own AAU. I don't know if it's academy, what it is, but. All right, we got 9284. Can they hold on? Y'all think they can hold on? Why not hoop in Mexico? The biggest thing was when they came at me, I was still playing college. I was still playing college football that summer. The one time I got approached, I was still playing college football. And they was like I could change my name and everything and nobody would ever know. But yeah, I had heard like 2 different stories because I knew a group of dudes who played together. It was like 3 of them went down. And I heard one dude who tried to recruit me. I heard his story. And then I heard the other 2 story. And the other 2 kind of convinced me not to go because they didn't go back down there. He went back down there. They didn't go back down there with him. And I wasn't going to go back down there. It's like, nah. Because he was just saying for a few months in the summer. But that didn't appeal to me. That did not appeal to me. As I said, one of my buddies that I went to the police academy with, he played in Peru. He said dudes was down there getting hooked. He said 8 balls was like, 3.5 grams was like $5. He said all the dudes come down there be hooked on coke. So they were just constantly sending dudes back because dudes, get caught with coke because it was so cheap and so plentiful. And let me say the snowfall sucked. That last snowfall was so it made no sense. Not on any level did it make any sense. I would even say last year, like when dude took his money, his main partner took his money. I mean, you never trust anybody solely. So I even thought that was kind of, and he never went after that guy. And then tonight to say that guy was that easy to get, I mean, that was poor writing. That was really poor writing. I didn't watch it until this afternoon because I'm not going to watch that instead of watching games. But that was really poor writing. I mean, none of it made sense. Why would her mother? So her mother is had to destroy him too. Since his mother created him, she had to destroy him. So it had to be at that moment that she destroyed them both. I mean, that was her mother. Her mother felt that this was the demon seed. And why would he take her there? There was no reason to, matter of fact, there was no reason to even take her where he was holding them people. So that was poor writing too. That was extremely poor writing. So it made him look like a sucker in the end. Like he was crazy. So I don't know. I guess they want to say, to win, you got to take another brother down. So she had to kill the seed that she raised because it killed everything she loved. That's the metaphor. She had to kill both, the thing that killed the neighborhood and the thing she created. And she felt that if he kept going, it would never be stopped. But see, that was the naive. That was her being naive. You sacrificed everything for a false premise. It didn't stop anything. What you put upon him did not stop in the neighborhood. And that he couldn't do anything else. Like poverty and insanity was the only thing he could do. You telling me he couldn't have got any kind of job to pay his taxes? And remember, we saw that in the Cadillac Records. Little Walter drinking, couldn't control the drinking once he started. I mean, that was such a letdown in writing that made no sense. He didn't get arrested. They just let him roam free. And you're telling me he couldn't have done anything else? Like he couldn't have just nothing. He couldn't have. Burger King was never an option for him. Nothing. Nothing was no option for him to work. He just was permanently banned from working forever. Is that what we are supposed to believe? Is that what we're supposed to believe? So, I thought that was poor writing too. Like if you torture people, the less there, the easier it is. You ain't gonna let just a bunch of people come in. You're trying to psychologically create something. So his mother going in there and him thinking he has a chance by manipulating her, which he kind of turned out to do. So it's just poor writing. And I even thought last season when Peaches stole the money from him, I thought that was poor writing too. Because you never trust a person 100%. You got to have what?
You got to have vision.
So still a commanding lead at 8. Well, 8 dwindling down. 2 minutes left in the quarter. Are they in the bonus? They all do it so different. No, does not appear so. And the other game has started. It is 8-9. New York and Cleveland. They say it's 8-9. I'm gonna finish this game before I switch over to that game. It's a beautiful thing, is be able to switch from one to the other. And philosophizing in the meantime. And then, understanding that you can't fight everything. You can't, the fighting that is the most productive thing you can do, and hate in your heart is the most negative thing you can do. And despite being so many reasons why we should hate, you can't live like that. Because that's what this thing is. This thing loves that. And it will thrive on that any kind of negativity. But if you keep love in your heart and generally what you are, if you just keep doing the same positive things, then it stays positive for you. That's how you manifest. That's where you create magic all the time. You create magic all the time. Oh. And the solutions are, is not to try to fight this thing, no matter what you practice. And that's the folly in religion a lot of times, is it wants you to fight against something, good and evil. And that's a folly of anything, because it's one in the same system. Anything that wants to fight. And that's why, you come into the mind of the hero twin. That's the real essence of Thomas the Twin, or the Downey Thomas, is your, it's not even your opposite, it's your same. It's your shame. It's the Mayan saying, I'm another you.
Off my dome, this is actually taught by the people who are ancestors of the Mayans in.
So I'm another you, or I'm another yourself. And so once you come at it from that, I think you have a little more a way to tune yourself. First of all, the way to tune yourself. Because once you learn to tune yourself, it's easier to tune the rest of it. As I always say, when it comes to the meditating and stuff, if you can't take voices out of your head, or out of the clouds, wherever they are for you, if you can't get rid of those voices, then it's going to be a hard time for you to really move forward in your consciousness, because you have other things and attachments. That's one of the biggest things that could be there for anyone. And until you learn how to silence those things, and how to control your own ego, use it when it's not when it wants to shine. Use it for when you need it, and suppress it when you don't need it, because it kind of puts you in that same of, it wants to win. It wants you to be the most favorable you can be. And what is she saying when white man can't jump? Even sometime when you win, you lose. And I only say that as at times you just want to be. At times you just want to be. So you don't need to be seen or unseen. You need to just be. And then other times you need to be seen. And it's better to be around shine than you actually shine in yourself. Everyone you deal with shines. So you put yourself around all that. And for those that are lucky enough to have a big circle where, you know, they can do all that with, that's great. For me, not for me so much. I'm not spread out very, very, very thick like that. So therefore, there's not a lot of cuts out of me. Or I'm not spread by people that aren't related. And that's one great thing about, you know, having a big family. You know, I have 4 children here. So these are 3 adults and 1 young lady and my mother. So, you know, and so the ones that I'm cool with around them. And even them, I can only trust them so much. But like a lesson I taught my son, you see the most. He was, you know, I had custody of him. Living with me, and he stole from me. Now, I've told this story many times. I bought us both wireless headsets. I bought 2 of them. They both came in the cool little cases. He did some shit, broke his, lost his. And I can't say I made a mistake, but he saw where I kept mine. And by him seeing where he kept mine, he stole them. And he didn't really steal them. He just wanted to wear them to school, wear them back, and his idea was to sneak them back in my box. He wouldn't think I would know the difference. That was his intention. And as always, something happens. And so that was just at his young age. It was like, I can't tolerate this around me. If this is how you are, you can't be around me. You can't be up in the house. And so he had to, despite, and this probably even broke court order. Because technically by court order, I wasn't supposed to do that. But by what was best for him and what was best for me. Because at that point, his mother had kind of got herself a lot better together. And it was a lot easier for her to take care of him with a better mind. All right, we got 100 to 93, so it's 4th quarter. What we see, they said the other game is 10 to 12. New York is 10, Cleveland is 10, or New York is 12, Cleveland is 10. And be switching over that game when this one ends. Then the Timberwolves game come on last. And how long have I been at this? Oh, wow, I've been at this long. What'd you say? Oh, your son is too tall to be getting cooked by his dad in his 60s. He just, oh, yeah. Oh, this stuff is the best. This old stuff.
What in the hell?
Oh, that ain't that. Oh, okay. Now, this one is the best. Anybody ask me what I did today? Anybody ask me what I did? Ask me what I was doing. If you ask me what I was doing. Just someone say, what are you doing today? What did you do? Or what are you doing right now? Misbalanced it. Oh. Good play. Still behind, but what does that make it? 95, 100? Well-deserved sleep last night. Yeah, it's just old time stuff. Oh, okay. What'd you do?
Me and Bubba trying to rescue some kittens.
Did you get what I was doing today?
Me and Bubba trying to rescue some kittens.
That's my main man. That's my main man, Nick. What is this? Oh, this is that couple. This might be on Hulu or something, man. This ain't at the movies. Citadel. Oh, it's on Amazon Prime. It's probably on there now. Just having fun, brother Nick. Just having fun. I love that snippet of you. So don't get mad at me. You are super slidey. Y'all don't get mad at me. It's just having fun. Yeah, it's just brother Nick. That is just brother Nick. This is what I was doing.
Me and Bubba trying to rescue some kittens.
Trying to rescue some kittens. But here's some thought.
For what he has, he says that the only way that we can solve our problem is to unite together among ourselves, among our own kind, clean ourselves up, rid ourselves of the evils that we've become addicted to here in this society, and try and...
That's it. That's it. And will that ever happen? It's very doubtful. But that's why, I was saying with my small tribe, that's what I'm trying to, we all work together to try to help each other as much as we can. And so if you have that near you, however it comes, that's something worth jumping on. Yeah, I'm gonna watch the Timberwolves before I'm going to watch New York and Cleveland. Don't love them enough. Damn. Okay, that was nothing. He just pushed him down, and that was nothing. They let it go yesterday, a few games. The other night, Kawhi. He pushed 17's name for the Lakers. He pushed him down, and no call, no nothing. It was very similar to that. Just pushed him down and nothing called. All them old hand and wrist kind of. That didn't have a chance. That did not have a chance. Everybody got their hand on that one. $102.99. Game is close and competitive. 9 minutes left. Nowhere near the bonus. Run out. Oh, that was terrible. Oh, that was side contact. Show that from the other angle. That did not look like he was positioned. Did not think he was positioned. 1, 2. Yeah, see, and even kind of slightly turned sideways. Let's see. Yeah, you see, he slightly turned. He turned. That was a bad call. Should have kept his shoulders squared another couple seconds. He turns. He's like taking the contact. It's almost like a wrestling move the way he took it. And that shouldn't have been called a charge because he turned his shoulders. You got to be perfectly still. Ooh, good drop. Well, I have to use the bathroom. So there we go. All right. Oh, all right. Let that go too. Mm. And to wake everybody else up, just the way that hits. That just energy shoots energy to you. All right, I gotta pee, so please forgive me and enjoy some of the older work. Highs or 8, 10 other. I mean, it was other high schools, like 8 to 10 other high schools that we played, and we were still that dominant. So I didn't have to play then. So just depend on your school, but it was a great way to be in shape. I encourage people that have children that are playing, definitely have them play both ways. My best friend's son, I told him punts, kickoffs, be on all that stuff. And I'll say this, football is sport is dying, no doubt about that. I saw that firsthand. My boy that's now 20, I saw that firsthand. Little boy football was dying even then. I mean, he was part of a program that was a winning program for years, and we just looked at the drastic numbers on the news report they did, and it's even worse now. So little boy football, and I guess the challenge is I've said before, the challenge, there's like 7-on-7 football, that's what football is. Well, what you're going to see, what's called the Pro Bowl, is 7-on-7. There's no, on 7-on-7 football, there's really no need for linemen, depending on which kind of flag. Because there's flag football that's full rules, full blocking and all that. PO back blocks have changed, but some flag leagues is full, you still, everything else is real. You can block, all that is real. Some flag rules is just strictly passing. You understand that? That's what they call the arrow kind of assault leagues. But that's what you see now for youth. And I've said this many times, whoever comes up with a way to make linemen compete, I don't know how, or linemen are going to really, offensive linemen are going to seem to be needed, but the problem is, how are you going to keep up defensive linemen when there's really no way that they can compete? And offensive linemen, for that matter, too, because 7-on-7 needs none of that. So so I don't know. Whoever comes up with a way to help these people compete, you are really going to help a lot of young men. So population. Read my soul. Do I think it's like, if we looked at what's new in development this year, Mahomes wears a new helmet. He wears it, but you see the new type of helmet a lot of the Chiefs wear, where it's more streamlined mask. It's it's not as the old fashioned. It's the new next step. But still, until they figure out the helmets and the head hits, and that's what people love. I mean, the players can take all the physical hits, and you can repair these things. You can't repair the brain. So that's the element that people like. People like a knockout. That's just how it is. A knockout in football is, I mean, you can just be around anybody. You know, they used to like when they would see people get knocked out in practice, they would hesitate. I watched a fullback. I watched a fullback on the scout team knock out 3 starters by himself. They all met at the hole. He knocked all 3 of these dudes out and he ran the ball. These is all 3 starters. He hit a tackle and 2 linebackers, and he knocked them all 3 out. They all like collided on him, and he kind of like hit one with a forearm, knocked him out just with his forearm. The other dudes tried to hit him. He kind of hit like both these dudes with one helmet, but the second dude he hit with a forearm too. So it's like boom, boom. He hits this one guy, and then he's like he hits these both of them head to head, and then the other one as he also hit him with the forearm as he was holding the ball. He kind of gave him that too. Knocked out 3 men. He ran downfield, and 3 of them is just with their heads in the ground. Knocked. I am back. Right now the score is 111. Yeah. There we go. Oh, you're welcome. You are welcome. Sorry I had to go stretch my legs. Plus, it's getting dark up here. I'm eventually have to even shut this window, but it's fine for now. Kind of nice to look out the window. I have a office with a window, you know. Well, can you beat an office with a window? I think of one place I looked at. The office was in, like the way they built it. It's this. They built like the wine cellar, a office, and a beauty parlor in this place. And so the office was. This place had 4 or 5 floors, but the office was like down there next to the wine cellar and next to the beauty parlor. It's kind of cool setup. I think I have more room than that office. I don't know. I'd have to be in there and look at it again to see. But it was a cool setup. I don't understand how people go to movies to get scared. But yes, Doris, you're welcome. You're most welcome. I'm just here. I'm having fun. Oh, that's right. Uh-oh. Starting to be a barn burner. We got 113, 108. And I'm glad I was able to get up and stretch my legs. So that's always good because I've been sitting down here for dang near an hour and 40 minutes without moving. So it's good to move around. Oh, that's a push on purpose. That's a foul on purpose. Oh, they didn't give him the shooting foul. See if I can eat some of these cashews without getting them all in my teeth. It's kind of cool. Now, I had the window open and the summer sky here. I could damn near put a telescope up here too, because this western sky really lights up. And I'm a little elevated, so I don't know. I might put a telescope up here too. Oh, Let's see, can they get a nice little run here? They got a run. We got Boston getting a run. And you see, they're already talking about the old Celtics coach that got fired being the new coach at Toronto. He might get that opportunity. Nice crossover. But even the way he did his crossover, he used hard jab steps to kind of get it, because he like crossed over and he took that hard jab here and then he jabbed hard quack back. And you know, some of these things are you know, they're this is a new type of play, which is great. But this is something that's been built into these children. These are some of the fundamentals that help you to make those hard, you know, sideway cuts. That was a total, wow, what was that? Wow, that was a total reality stop. I bet if I listen again, where am I? What is the 142? I bet I won't even be able to tell by watching it. Something happened there. It was like everything went away and then it came back. That was very eerie because I didn't hear anything. And then after first not hearing anything, it's like there was nothing else. I wasn't even seeing nothing for a second there. I was like, whoa, why I stopped hearing something? It was more than that. Something else. That hit something funny. It's games all day tomorrow too. First game for me come on at 12. And I'll say this is probably one of the funner times of basketball. You get to see such, you know, variety. And granted, we're down to the, you know, final teams. It's a good variety of mix of a lot of pro basketball. Because for the most part, I mean, again, this is on ABC, or okay, it's a free game. It's a game on ABC. That's all some people get. If you don't have cable, you don't get to watch a lot of pro basketball. If you don't have cable, you only get to watch the ABC game. You don't even get to watch the Timberwolves game. Some people think everybody has cable. In reality, they don't. But I'll tell you, $200 cable bills are ridiculous. That's why I got rid of it. You should truly be able to choose what you really want to watch. And they want to give you a lot of crap. And you're paying for a lot of crap. Well, I guess it shouldn't ever be empty air. Ever be empty air. Well, I'm sorry. Wake everybody up. Take that out. And they say you got to get up, get out, and get something. Just get to studying stuff too much, making people mad. It's like, well, you can't make fun of us like that. Well, you're people worth making fun of. You know, there are stories to tell. Shoot, the game is the game is enough of the story tonight. Oh, let me get that. But I do want to ask you guys something.
Ask you something? I said, can I ask you something? Ain't I'm clean? Ask you something? I said, can I ask you something? Ain't I'm clean?
Oh. All right, here we go. Last 3 minutes. They call it championship rounds. 116, 113. Young throws it back out top. Martin, is that name? Martin penetrates. Oh, mid-range hits. And he's the man. He's the man from Atlanta. He has some complementary players, and that's what Trae Young is. It ain't Trae Young's team, it's that guy's team now. He's been putting work in for Atlanta, so they go to him. They call a lot of sets for him. Ah, they counted? Yeah, they counted it. Right back at him. Right back at him. Fake. Looked like he double dribbled. Oh, it looked like he double dribbled too. Maybe I missed it. Yeah, Tatum is. He definitely is. He is that. $243, 118. Atlanta's 118. Now, who's the one that made a prediction earlier that said, hey, PJ Allen is in the house?
My bitches. You saying you can't control your bitches? What?
And I know PJ Allen controls his. It's different when PJ Allen is in the house. Thank you for joining. Ooh, that couldn't have felt good. He falls like that. He got pads in them pants too. But yeah, that couldn't have been too fun, even with pads in the pants. See, they read another play for him. Oh, feet kind of went out under him. Oh, they kind of both hit the ball, and the momentum from both going after the ball. See, they don't make them like that anymore. A lot of times the new ones just break, but them kind right there, he didn't break. He fell and didn't break. He was all right. Like, give me a minute, it hurt, but I'm all right. I can go back in. Let me in, coach. They was making fun of him. They was calling him Stephen A. Smith with his head. But, his hairstyle's always, and I don't know, maybe, his hairstyle's always been hairstyles where you could see where they, again, was trimming him up. And now his afro is back here. Like Stephen A. Smith. Berkeley and them Shaq, they was laughing at Stephen A. Smith. They clowned him. And I know Stephen A. Smith was really furious. Because Shaq, damn, putting in that work. That's his second one. I think you won the bet. 2 or more. At least 2. Whole cashews. No salt. All organic. Just call me Kid Organic, y'all. This is Kid Organic on the mic coming at ya. Very streaky. Very streaky. He felt like he got slammed. He did. Caught some of that guy's momentum. The guy hit the ball. I think some of that momentum hit him too. Or he hit his arm, something. Took his legs from out under him. See, worked off that hard jab. Gave the pass to try to get free. Championship minutes. That's the man right there. Ain't he from Michigan State? Because he used to play with I don't know if he's Michigan State, but he used to play with San Antonio. See, they ran another play for him. They ran the last 3 plays for him. Look at that. Ooh. Oh, you can't do that. That's supposed to be a tech. Yeah, Murray. Yup, Murray. He was talking about how he used to bait Tony Parker and Ginobili. He said he's putting that work in on him. Oh, what was the dude from Patty Mills? How Patty Mills in the league? Ooh, good shot. Patty Mills never should have been in the league. He a dude that he agenda for him to be in the league. Who he guard? He ain't guarded anybody in the NBA. Patty Mills, Australian. I have nothing against Australians, but I'm saying you telling me that really he's one of the whatever 300 best, and we know that not to be true. A lot of dudes was overlooked for his career. Cashews help with the munchies. So here we go. 47 seconds left. Ooh, again. Dang. Get the daddy. Bye. Oh, double hesitation. That was nice. That was a double hesitation. Because he got free from him. He got separation from him, hesitating. And then the guy, it's funny, the guy got back with his rhythm, because guarding is like a rhythm. You try to figure out the offensive person's rhythm. And he was able to figure out his rhythm in the beginning, but he wasn't ready for that second hesitation. Jerseys, see, this is almost an insult, because those look more like dresses. That's what I look at this commercial as, is they wearing dresses, really. That ain't old days. That's them showing them wearing dresses. The only people wore them that long was the Globetrotters. That was the only, if you find an old pro basketball, like now, when the longer was in style, the Globetrotters the only ones that wore them that long. Iverson was the peak of long shorts. Go look at that. Iverson and Kobe. They ain't never wear shorts that terribly long. So that's propaganda. That's trying to put that dress thing in there. That's all that is. Still think he only made 2 threes. Did he make more than 2 threes? Because that's what was the bet. Over and under, he was going to make 2 threes. You picked at least 2. It's 2 and over. That was one of the bets Barkley gave up. Oh, he beat him to it. Oh. What's the minutes? 126 to 36, 121, 126, 36. And I said yesterday, I don't know how true this is. They say it's because of Michael Jordan, but now when pros go to other cities, their money is taxed by that city and that state. That is bogus as hell. There's no one else who goes to other cities and has to pay. Like if you work for a business and you go to another city and you do training there where you get paid, or you actually do your job for a minute and get paid, your pay is going to be based on where you live in most places and not based on that short time you're spending there. But some states do tax you like that if you make anything in their state, but that's bogus. That's really bogus because not you're getting taxed on the money twice, and you wouldn't think that would be right, but yet it is for some. Oh my goodness. Oh, I got to save that. Murray put it on them today. Murray has put it on them. Now, what's the time? Because the other game does not come on. Well, it's supposed to come on now, 9:30. Might switch over to the other game, see what the score is. I don't know. This game, I'm gonna watch it till it ends. Froze up. Oh. Oh, okay. My order went through. Thank you. Oh, thank you. Dang, the Dallas North style in the Wild. Watch the end of this game. Oh. See what kind of set they run here. Waste time. They got a foul. That's nice sportsmanship. Let's give him a hand. It's funny, sports is a thing where if you knock a guy down, people will clap. And if you knock the guy down, the guy gets hurt, people clap for that. But then if the guy lays there for a long time and he's obviously hurt, when he gets back up, people will clap for that too. So, do you understand the metaphor in that kind of thing? Looks like it's it. That looks like it's it. That's it. Bring on the Timberwolves. It's only 2 minutes left in that. See what the hockey score is. What? Oh, that game ain't over yet. Oh, starting soon. Starting soon. Hurricanes at New York. Wonder who won this game. 2-1 with third period. Wonder who won. Don't really care. Oh, that's on ABC. Yeah, when ain't that coming up? Don't know. Oh well. Wait for the Timberwolves to come on. All right. Man, I just strolling. I got this. Okay, PJ says, what do you say? I got the Celtics. I got the Celtics +5. It should clear. Ooh, nice. Very nice. Very nice.
Got to have vision.
And that is definitely from vision. Definitely from having vision. Good for you. And 420 every day. That's what I say. 420 every day. That's good. You got a nice little lick. I got the Celtics 5.5. It should clear. There you go. Oh, there you go. Right on.
Shit, boy, I'm trying to make me some money.
And what are you trying to make, PJ?
Shit, boy, I'm trying to make me some money.
That's what I'm doing too.
Shit, boy, I'm trying to make me some money.
Some money. It didn't. They lost by more. They lost by more. Dang.
Nigga get mad. Say, motherfucker, what you mean you ain't gonna let me in this funky joint? Much money I done spent in here, nigga. I knew your mama when she was hoeing.
Yes, some money. Just some money. That's just some silly Richard Pryor shit.
Hump, baby. Shit, bet I do it over time. Say that, nigga. Yeah. Bar, bet the bar, off time. Shit, boy, I'm trying to make me some money. Boy, I'm hungry as a hog need slop Jesus. Shit, gotta be a Jesus, cause too many black folks.
The making of the man. The making of the man. Trying to wake everybody else up. Thank you so far for hanging in. The other game's about to start. The other game is about to start. Let's see. It says starting soon. Well, they're already in commercials, so we can be into it. Man, it's so cloudy outside. It's like even nobody's turned on the lights. Ain't no lights or nothing I'm seeing. So it's just me, myself, and I. Just like Lauren Hardy, I'm the life of every party. Mr. T, Skechers. Oh, this commercial is stupider and stupider. So we're waiting for Timberwolves to come on. Does not look like I have access to the other game. So we'll wait for the Timberwolves to come on. Don't know about taking cars from Dodge. And Stellantis, don't know if I would trust Stellantis stuff. Yeah, I'm about to come into pickleball dominance. I think I'm gonna start playing indoors. But yeah, my son couldn't I don't know, couldn't really he got hooping more on his own when he was working at Lifetime. That was where he really was just playing. And he's just bigger than everybody and he's clumsy, but he could just still, I was glad that he was at least trying to play and get in shape. Because, playing pickup basketball is a great cardio, real great cardio. Right now, I think I'm going to be in shape to start playing again because they have old dudes that just play. And I could play with old dudes. They have less chance of knocking me down because I can always shoot. Oh, that's the Target Center. I live about 25 minutes from that place. Oh, they got some aliens in there. Look at the aliens. Aliens come from Denver. Another Murray. Another Murray. I don't know. I don't know if we're going to see what we just saw. Ooh, look at those jerseys. I think that's the one I got in my closet, buddy. But they got the blue line one. PJ, you seen the blue line one? Instead of the green, they got the lined in blue. They send me on that on Fanatics all the time. I am hype, guys. I might have to change outfits and put on my allegiance to the Wolves. uh, and I don't know if y'all dig this kind of. Oh yeah. Yep. But I don't know if y'all like the baseball jackets. This is old time stuff. Old time baseball jackets. These ain't really bomber jackets. Bomber jackets is kind of a copy of old time baseball jackets. Like there was a GQ you can look up with Charlie Sheen. It was like some of the 90s, maybe 2000. But he had a baseball jacket on, and that's what he highlighted in the rest of the magazine. The spread was him, and he highlighted several baseball. But a lot of them, this kind of stuff is people don't wear it anymore. Like just silks, people just don't wear that kind of stuff anymore. Yeah, it was somebody that said that earlier, PJ. It was somebody that said that earlier. They said that they thought they was gonna win too. Yep, somebody sure said that earlier. Guess eventually I'm gonna have to shut my shades. I'm gonna have to pee again in a minute. Look at the Minnesotans. Ooh, that's what they do it up in there. What it Walker? No, Alexander. He has the different back. They're Alexanders, but Alexander, yeah, he's cousins of the other guy. So somewhere they're giving both sides of the family, the Alexanders and the other, which is interesting. Now I don't know if that's stepdad and real dad or that's mom and dad's family. That's interesting using both the names. Is that an early file on him on Joker? Oh, on Towns, he some bull crap, y'all. It's funny, my phone is clearer than my TV. Guess a better screen or whatever. I don't know. Guess a better screen or something. But yeah, somebody said when I first started streaming, they thought the Hawks would win, and sure enough, they gave them that nice little lead, and never vanquished. Really? That's the first shot you get after letting them score. All right. Quick chewing break. Oh, Towns. Oh, they killed him on the boards. They got 3 shots. That's where they should have the dominance. Even with Porter Jr. in there and Gordon, they still should have the dominance on the boards. And blocking shots. I think last game it was something like Denver blocked more shots. They was giving up second shots and shit to Denver. Like, I mean, really making them look like superstars. Uh-oh. Michael Conley. They've kind of turned the magnets on for him. I will say that. That's what it appears. He looks concerned. Is this going to be the same what we saw last game? Jump on him. Jump on it. Jump on it. Jump on it. Hmm. Yeah, they're making most of them tight tonight. It does seem like that's the agenda. I'm not understanding why I can't get the ABC game. Because I got ABC on my other channel, on the TV downstairs. I'm not letting me get into the other game. So I don't know. But I'd rather watch this one anyway, but they'll show the score up top. Yeah, I gotta put the games on this up here on the computer. Yeah, they're giving her more and more commercial. Giving her more and more of that bread. She be trying to trash brothers. That's corny. Yeah, that's what they plan to do, it looks like so far. Well, I'm gonna have to make another bathroom break. And leave a older version for your entertainment. Cause I gotta shut these curtains. Oh. Imagine. I can show what's happening here. All right, whenever I'm ready. I think maybe next commercial. I'll go with this. Should have did this commercial, but I'll wait till the next one. I could say that for later. I can just run. It ain't gonna take that long for me to go. I ain't gotta really put anything on. Just give me a second.
Your feet. He looked down, seen his feet. The nigga went berserk. Killed the monkey. Threw the bat out the window. Start kicking that bitch in the air. Your feet. He looked down, seen his feet. The nigga went berserk. Killed the monkey. Threw the bat out the window. Start kicking that bitch in the air.
Me, I had to go pee. So, okay, I see they got to run. Ant is the man. Ant is the man. Let's see if he can check Murray. Come on, Rudy. Block his stuff. Good D. Can't stop him. You can only contain him or foul him. Yeah, 12 o'clock game here tomorrow. I don't know if I'm going to lay around the house all day tomorrow and watch the game. Go out and do something. Go out to the Mall of America and people watch. Spend money. Nah. Don't need to do that tomorrow. They got the David Thompson kind of themed jerseys for Denver. They work. I like them. So enjoying the game. Yeah, we'll see. Well, they're trying to keep people interested. And the other game is at halftime, 45-32. So it looks like New York might pull this one out. We'll see. Ant is the man. Fight Rudy. You got to get back. You shoot that three, you got to get back. He shot that three and nobody adjusted back. And he didn't sprint back. Looked like he traveled. Short. Damn, you got to hit that. That was a gimme shot. That was close. Play D. Oh, Rudy got it. Oh. They called goaltender? Oh, that was some bullshit. He blocked the shit out of that. No, he blocked that shit. That was a terrible call. No, that was a block. He timed that perfect. Oh, that was bogus. That was bogus. He timed that perfect. I did not think that was a charge at all. Cat. Air ball, air ball, air ball. Flow down, float, flow down. Hit him with the floater. Ant. We love it every time. Every time. We love it every time. So yeah, I'm not prophesizing right now. I'm just watching the game, enjoying the game, being entertained, and being entertained with, like minds. Oh, good move. Real good move. Showed nice agility. That's all. This is what I love. I love the sacredness of the game. And even though this is corrupted, I still like the athleticism of the individual. And it takes these individuals, to make it all. It was something interesting with the breakdown of what's his name from Denver Memphis that talks stuff to LeBron, and he's been getting the text and shit. And when they was describing him as he has a new script. That's kind of what they said. They said he has a new script. He has a new agenda. But it was interesting they used those words. He said he has a new script. He has a different script. His script is different. And I probably should have captured that. But that's what they said. And it was like, okay. I mean, they tell us in so many words, they still have to tell us. So that's what we see a lot. And like just like this gambling scandal, you really think they're cutting down on something. They're telling you clearly that if you're rich and you gamble outside of the football facility, gambling's okay. You just can't gamble on the facility because it's so connected to the script. If you can just really take your vote, I mean, you see how silly that sounds. You can bet anywhere else, but you can't bet on the facility. Not even if I bet the owner could bet on the facility without any repercussions. Now, maybe not the coaches, but it's nonsense. You're penalizing a script. It's like suspending wrestlers because he hit somebody with a chair outside the ring. Doesn't mean anything. And the bread you're making these young people lose. Like one dude, I mean, they're saying they could take their bonuses back. Because they were basically lax. Nice move, Anderson. All because they're lax or addicted to betting. And you know, they're probably gonna get you if you do it more than once. They had probably done it so often. Yeah, they miss him, Nas. Too bad Nas didn't play. And I don't know, Nas was a fake injuries, but there's other fake injuries we see. I mean, the first Pistons championship definitely was some fake injuries going on with that. First, Scott didn't play. And then Magic comes up lame in game 2 or game 3. Good play. I can dig it. I can dig it. Good shot. Keeps them in it. Good dish. Boom. Rudy. Boom. Don Player. It's different when Don Player comes in. Oh. It's different. Thank you. And we're just having a watch party. I'm just having a watch party for Timberwolves in Denver. Keeping an eye. Just got done watching the game. Atlanta beating Boston. Just got done watching that. So I started that one in the first quarter of that game, and I'm going to stream this game until it ends. So if you want to join, and everybody wants to join, you know, please sit back and dig for sure. Because I'm not going to be up at midnight. If I'm going to finish, I'm probably going to be finishing close to midnight. But all that want to join me and watch the game and talk about the game, and I'll try to philosophize between baskets. That's all. If anybody wants to join, that's cool. If not, whatever your thing is. This is for definitely basketball lovers, sports lovers. So thank you all that's checking it out. That's all. So it's whatever your thing is. I'm just glad to have a little company. Glad that some people want to, you know, join in and listen to an old man reflect and watch the games and the boring commercials. But the enthusiasm for the plays and the players. So that was the problem with Vietnam. The government turned the tides of anti-war protests to be against the soldiers. And so they turned it where people were against the returning home soldiers instead of the government. John Kerry. They let this Yale Skull and Bones. Remember, John Kerry and George W. Bush ran against each other. But yeah, the Skull and Bones guy is, you know, because he was in Vietnam, but he was still Skull and Bones in Vietnam, you know, talking trash. And that's the propaganda that the government did. Remember in Hamburger Hill, one brother said all he wanted to do is wear his combat boots at home. Let people know that he got his jump boots, his air wings. And one of the guys that was newer said, you better not wear that at home, because he knew about the protest. See, in one guy's opinion, the guy who had been in Vietnam for the past year, his idea was still, you know, he's the hero at the country. But the other guy coming in later, a year later, the word, you know, they're against you soldiers. People home, when you come off the plane coming back from Vietnam, they boo you and call you baby killers. And that's the government started that. They shift the blame off of them into the soldiers. Because if you look back at every other war, they cheered the soldiers. They had parades for them when they came home. Korea and Vietnam were two wars they really didn't. I mean, look at the end of World War II when MacArthur, like even look at when MacArthur got fired. Look at what New York did to him when they brought him back. Shut New York down. Ticker tape parade for MacArthur. Eisenhower. Not Vietnam and not Korea. And of course, that died down after a while, but again, this was the government. And you see the care of a lot of them, a lot of our homeless, you know, the older homeless, especially our old Vietnam vet age people who are now in their 70s and 80s. And as I said, I remember when World War II people were in their 50s. And the Vietnam people, you know, I mean, yeah, I remember Vietnam was going on. I remember the war protest up at Western Michigan University and at the federal post office in downtown. Federal office in downtown Kalamazoo. And it's interesting, the way the ley lines run in Kalamazoo, where they put the federal office compared to where, you know, the park is. The park where they built that statue of the dude hitting the dude over the head. Probably can find that. Look that up. I think I brought it on before. I think they've torn it down by now, but it was like that thing was there forever. Dang. So Denver's back up. Box out. See, that's where he was getting killed. And Rudy's in there. Rudy, let him play. You don't have to help out. Your idea is to box out. That's your job, not to overhelp. Nice. Nice. Good move. Whoa, that was a good move. Man, that hesitation and then to flip it at the last minute. Wow, he stayed in the air for a long time. I mean, he really stayed in the air for a long time and released it at the last minute. That was a nice move. Ooh, that was a nice miss. Air ball. It's a good game, everybody. He tries to drive on Towns. They call. 3 seconds. All right, 61. Looks like New York might have this one at home. 61-47. For those of you that are paying attention. Boom, boom. Hit him with the spin, one hand. Good play. Boom. Can't tell you too big. He too strong for you. He too strong for you. And get an ant. Yeah, that dude used to coach Timberwolves. That's what's his name. The guy that his dad died, Flip Sanders. That's the younger Sanders. He's on the Denver staff. I think he was coached when they drafted Ant. There we go. Oh,
What in the hell?
well, it is a timeout. And that means it's time for a philosophy minute. This is my philosophy minute. I guess my philosophy minute would be kind when you can be kind. Be consistent in your behavior. Be consistently kind, but yet be observant to the world. Don't let the world change your mood. Like it's the story I've told where I played a basketball game and I had something like 19 points at halftime. Easily 40, 50-point game. And the guys around me, they would rather lose than help me win. But my point is, they didn't, despite my treatment, the treatment of me, I didn't let it change me. And I still ended up with 31 just on my hustling. And so I didn't let them, despite their cruelty to me, I didn't let them change my attitude to the game. Because I had to have it any other way. I had to have it regardless of how they did it, they helped me or not. And that's how your attitude has to be. Don't let anything else persuade your attitude, your vibration. Because bitterness, hate, jealousy, envy, these are all low vibrational thoughts. And it doesn't necessarily mean when you reach the top, you just stay at the top. You just keep climbing higher. And you can plateau. You know, there's nothing wrong with plateauing. But that's staying there. And all these defeatist thoughts, don't have the defeatist thoughts. And as the more you're successful, you do successful things. Travel, for those of you who like traveling, expanding your horizons in that way, seeing America and seeing wherever else you want to see. These are the fruits of your labor, as they call it. The fruits of your imagination on fun. And that's one thing, you know, in the Americas is we always took time for the ball games and fun, and even gambling. And gambling is very American. You know, the Omen, Mayan, Aztecs, all the tribes. Gambling is very prevalent, always been prevalent. And there are stories of where a guy would gamble all the family and the money away and everything, but only his tribesmen took it. And the tribe shared everything, so, you know, what was he really gambling? If you understand that kind of psychology. So that's my philosophy minute, is don't let them take joy away from you. Keep your joy. So we have 28-28, start of the second quarter. What is the score of the other game? I don't know why they make coaches do this. This is that TBS stuff, TNT stuff, got everybody doing it. Because ESPN didn't used to do this, not for basketball. But they all copied what TNT did, TBS did. Sideline reporters. So the New York game is, looks like they're coming back. They're within 9. Cleveland is within 9, and it's 2 minutes and 47 seconds left. Yeah, tomorrow I gotta put this app on the TV, on these screens, and I could have been watching both games. So I think they suck. making it because people complain, but it's the weekend, so you could make the games later. Shoot, that game started 9:30 last week. You could have made this game 9:30 too. Instead of the games overlapping. Robbing us a basketball, making us make a choice. Well, you got to watch this one or that one, or multiple screens, however you want to do it. I don't mind these Timberwolf jerseys. These are clean enough. What are they waiting for? Oh. All right, 31-28. See what New York is. Still up by 9. Anderson, nice move. Where's the shot blockers? Damn. Towns, man, lazy. Block shots. That was manipulated. It's no way that shot wasn't manipulated. What are we at? 10-31? That shot was totally manipulated. He had no momentum there. And you heard how hard it hit. And you see the way it hit. You can tell. Ooh. It's got to be a foul. What did I do, man? Jeff holding my afro green. Well, give me, I need that afro wig, but just cover the hole up with more afro wig. Yeah, just cover the hole up and box me up and with some of that spray. Well, you got a hole back there. That don't matter. Just put the afro around the hole. And it only show when they show the top view, which won't be very often. Who's watching the fight tomorrow? I guess it's on Showtime pay-per-view. $84. With taxes, it's gonna be 90 something. So I don't know if I don't have my car, I'm probably not gonna go. Cause I think I'm taking my car in to get my trunk put on. Okay. My darling baby is here. Because I'm pretty sure I just heard the garage door open. I felt it. But I could be wrong. Towns. Boom. See the hard jab. Ooh. Oh, that's Austin. That's Rivers. Oh, that's sad when Rivers playing. He ain't played. I don't even think he played in the playing games. See, he wasn't even trying to rebound. You see Austin Reeves, he wasn't even trying to rebound. He's like, I'm just in here. Is that 3 for him? At least 2. At least 2 for him. Cavs down by 11. Yup. They down by 11 now. Yep, they sure are. They down by 12, 13 now. 69-55. They down by 13. Yeah, they're down by 13 now. 14. They're down by 14. Yeah, they still shoot with a minute left in the third, so not looking good for the Cavs, but it's a lot of game left. The Ants strong. Oh, they.
What in the hell? What in the hell? Hell no.
Hello? Maybe the Cats. All right. 7 down by 7. They really need to score here. Bad cross court pass. Bad pass. Wow. That was lazy. That was a fatigue turnover. And they're down by 9. That was fatigue play. Will Rivers make that play? Fatigue play. All right, I'll give it another psychological minute. Or I can give you some local news. Let's go with local news for 100.
Flooding. Fort Snelling sits right where the Mississippi and Minnesota rivers come together, making it vulnerable.
Fort Snelling is also where they killed those 38 natives that were part of the, well, they really weren't part. It was in retaliation of the 900 Europeans that were killed during the war between the Lakotas and the Europeans. So this is what they're talking about, Fort Snelling, and they're saying where the Mississippi and part of the Minnesota rivers meet.
When waters are high. And as Caroline Cummings reports, officials hope to stave off the kind of damage that the park experienced a few years ago.
Water spilling over from the rivers means Fort Snelling State Park looks less like a park and more like a swamp. It's why the Minnesota Department of Natural Resources made a tough call.
We're always loath to see it close, especially in spring and summer. So we're very hopeful, though, that this go around, the damages to the park from the flooding will be minimal.
Rachel Hopper with the Parks and Trails Division at the DNR says there were early signs of what was to come 2 weeks ago. So they've been preparing. It's unclear when it will reopen. She says that could take some time.
There's quite a bit of work that goes into.
And I don't live that far from this place. I mean, I don't live anywhere where it would flood. Again, I live up on the hill. So it would never flood up here. It could flood but it would never flood where I'm at. I live up on high ground. But this isn't far from where I live. I don't live far from the river, but nowhere near where it would flood. The only way it'd flood up where I live is some Noah Ark kind of shit.
Cleaning up the park and repairing any damages before we open it. But we're hopeful that it will be much quicker than the 2019.
But officials are hoping that the damage isn't as significant as it was 4 years ago. Major flooding in 2019 costing $300,000 in damages and $230,000 in lost revenue because the park was closed for 6 months. After every flood, there are lessons learned. Officials reassess infrastructure and future needs, especially as climate change makes intense rainfalls more common. Governor Tim Walz is pitching more funding to the DNR so it can make state parks and trails more resilient to flooding, and additional dollars to better monitor water flow in rivers.
All right. The game is back, and some people think that Fort Snelling should be torn down. But of course, these Europeans want to hold on to it, but some people think it should be torn down. So, I'm saying yay or nay. Okay, what's the score? New York, it's 55-72 now. Cleveland, New York. Boom. We needed that. What's New York? Still 55-72. Cavs magnet not on. Yeah. Not at all. It does not appear like it. And you know, Mitchell needs those magnets. He is such a little dude now. Ooh, that was right in his face. That was not nice. Don't do us like that. Do not do us like that. Ah. Come in. What the hell you knocking like a child for?
I didn't know if you were taping. I didn't want to disturb you.
That's all right. All right, here we go. 5 minutes, 6-point lead. Oh, not again. That was helped. You see how hard that went in? Okay, that's the agenda for him. That was definitely helped. Oh, Ant with the turnover. Can't have the turnovers. Oh, that's not Ant. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's Ant. Oh, you was calling bogus calls earlier. What is that? Oh, they called it. Now that's a surprise. That is a big surprise. Yeah, you see, look, watch the flight of the ball. Yeah, see, that was hard to the left. That was hard to our right. And you saw it go back in. They hooked it back in. He shot that hard. That should have bounced hard right. That should not have went in. Oh, okay. You 7 foot and you getting your shot blocked. He's happy to play the fool. And so I don't know. Will they ever give the fool a title? I don't know. Hard to say. But he plays it well. What was that call? That's foul on him? Damn. Wait a minute. See, that's that bullshit. You just called a foul on him, then you're gonna call back a touch foul on Rudy. That's bogus. 73-57. Thank you.
You are very welcome.
David, how's your mom?
She's good.
See, new cigar and the best beer in the world. Elliot Ness from Great Lakes. To help me tune. And good old American tobacco. Hey, Nicole B. It hits different when Nicole B is in the house. Hits different. Thank you. Cavs Magnets. Thank you for coming in. But yeah, it can't beat good old American tobacco. Wow, down 10. Not cool. See the blindy acid. These the ones that come from the good, the bad, and the ugly, and a fistful of dollars. This is a tribute to those movies. Cause some cigars you can't chew on; they'll fall apart. I don't know. I don't know if I'd smoke one of these. Can't really say. Damn, that was embarrassing. How you just gonna let him dunk on us like that? That hurt me. I'm ashamed. That gives me a
Hell no.
man. Dunking all on us like that. Hey PJ, did you catch them talking about the gambling? That's what I started the show talking about tonight. The gambling with the Lions and Commanders. Suspended 2 until next year. They say indefinitely, but really, if you look at the whole thing, they're saying they can get reinstated next March. So it's really they're gonna lose all the bread from this year, possibly get their bonuses yanked too. And the other cats got it kind of made because the other cats ain't gonna lose that much. They're only gonna miss 6 games. One guy if he makes the team. But they get to do what do they call it? Off seasons. They get to do off seasons. They get to do camp, and they get to do preseason. They just missed the first 6 games. Now, that's not a bad deal. And I imagine these cats only did it a couple times compared to other people. Just probably was sloppy and just made a habit of just having to bet. Another lazy pass. Oh, he got it. He got it. Ooh. And then, oh! Oh. Don't call it a comeback. We've been there before. And the target center is rocking. Oh! Oh! And is the man.
Hell no.
Oh, and is the man. Happy days are here again.
Me and Bubba trying to rescue some kittens.
They only catching brothers doing it. Calvin Ridley's whole season got taken away. Absolutely. Yep, absolutely. And now he back with the Jaguars. Well, I got to pee again. So I'm going to take a quick break. Let's see how much is left of that. It's the same thing.
Every Hyundai certified used vehicle is backed by a 10.
Well, enjoy some more about this flood while I go to the bathroom. I'm only human and I'm drinking beer. So I'm going to.
Is ending on a wet note.
And an umbrella won't fix the situation we found ourselves in. We took to the sky for an update on our area rivers. The rain keeps falling, so the rivers keep rising. We checked on the St. Croix today over by Osceola in western Wisconsin. The river is still very high and moving fast. We check in on another river in just a minute, but first, the forecast.
Mike, we really need to catch a break if we're going to start seeing these river levels drop.
Yeah, and I have good news. We will catch a break, guys, from a precipitation perspective coming up over the next week plus. That's good news. The bad news is we are going to be in the cold air for the majority of that time. And you can see now that we're sort of stuck under this swirling mass of, well, flurries and snow showers to the north, rain showers south and east, and this weird mix of snow and rain and even what we call graupel, which is partially melted, partially iced over snowflakes falling from the sky. At the airport, it's 40, but the wind has been howling, 14 gusting to 32. That makes it feel like 32 degrees. And as we go through the evening hours, those wind chills, you might have guessed this, is going to fall. Slowly at first, by 9 o'clock, it's feeling like 30 in the metro and 20s off to the north. And then by early tomorrow morning, we'll be feeling like the teens and 20s out there as we start your weekend. And honestly, it's not going to feel this much warmer coming up all weekend long. So if you have tickets to the Twins game tonight or tomorrow or Sunday, we are talking about a winter or very early spring feel. Pre-game temperature tonight with flurries possible. Only a 20% chance, but still there could be a few out there. We'll be at 40 degrees, 40 at first pitch, 37 for the final out. The wind will be a little bit lighter at that point, but again, it will still only be feeling like 25 to 30. Through the weekend, I'd like to show you a warm-up, and I've got a mini warm-up, particularly for Sunday, but 46 is nothing to write home about, not this time of year. Our average this weekend, our average high, climbs into the 60s, and I don't see any chance for that for the next week plus. We'll come back and talk about the kind of long-term forecast for the rainfall, which is very important for flooding, the temperatures, which is very important for our sanity, and talk about when at least we'll get some 50s into the forecast.
That'll have to do, I guess.
Yeah.
Thanks, Mike.
Thank you.
Rising rivers around.
All right, I'm back, and right now, Ali with a left, Frazier with a right. Ali counters with a left. Frazier comes back with a hook. Ali stumbles. Down goes Frazier from Ali jab. Down goes. Oh, they hooping. I'm sorry. I'm having a Muhammad Ali, Joe Frazier flashback. I'm sorry. I was lost in it. Damn, where'd I go there? So we're at 58. We're down by 9. Oh, they mugged him.
Hell no.
Floater! Mike Conley Jr. floater! I'll say this, some of these news people in this Minnesota is some ugly peoples. They not for the peoples, they for the ugly peoples. Now, I've stated many times before that the ugliest people in America live in Wisconsin. Dang, how did you miss that one? Oh, that was manipulated. 1000% manipulated.
Hell no. What in the hell?
Man, it's rough. We have nothing going. No offensive continuity. Shoot the J. Oh, he hooked. Nice hook. Oh, that's some BS. Okay. Oh, that was nice. He was strong. Ooh, he reached out. Oh, I like that left. I like your left. Murray. Spinning. Murray stops. Michael Porter Jr. stops Pops. Mike Conley Jr. with the ball. Towns. Ant rises. Misses. Joker with the rebound. Pushes it up. Goes to his right side. Anderson's defending. He travels. He traveled before he did that. Turned over the ball. Anderson brings it up. Towns is dealing. Towns makes a jump run. He falls as to make a fast break for the other team because Towns is slow getting back. And Michael Porter Jr. with a miss. Conley Jr. No, Ant rebounds. Ant is going to take on the whole team. Can he do it? Ant with the score. He is the man. Hey, Bart, what do you think? Ant can do it. I'll tell you something. That Ant, he is the man. Let's have a drink for Ant. Melvin, what you think of Ant? Well, you know that's my nephew. You know, that's my mama's cousin's sister's aunt. You dig? And that's the man. You know, he loaned me $20 about 2 weeks ago. $20? That's all you wanted from me? Well, you know, $20 is all people who beg ask for. It's like everything in the world costs $20. I didn't know that. That was manipulated. You see that ball rattle in? And this one definitely was a hard shot. Boom, rattle in. The manipulation is on. But isn't that amazing that everything in the world pretty much costs $20? If somebody asks you to borrow some money, everything in the world costs $20. At least to my children. Now, my daughter's mom called me and what she asked for wasn't $20. But it was fair, and it's going to happen. It is going to happen. I told her, you find it, and we'll make it happen. Man, I'm still fighting electric bike. I might sell everything I got. Y'all want to buy this hat? Hell no. I don't think I could find another one like this. My size? So, I wonder what's the motive behind this. I don't know. Yeah, PJ, I don't know. Again, if you read the rule thoroughly, and the writer who broke one of the stories, he said it very cleverly. He said, everyone involved in the NFL can bet on other pro sports. They said they're the only league like that. They say other leagues can't bet on any pro sports. They say the NFL, everybody. And as you know, I have a book behind me that tells you that gamblers pretty much created. The Rooneys and the Myers were gamblers, known gamblers, and yet they were allowed to create NFL teams. So if you have this old history of this old NFL money of gamblers, you think it ever went away? So pretty much the law is, the rules, the bylaws are, you can gamble on any other sport long as you don't do it on NFL property. They even said you can't be on a charter plane. Say for some reason you had to miss the team flight, you can always charter planes. They say you can't even do it then. If you're on NFL time, you can't gamble. So the way it appears, the dudes only getting the 6 games probably didn't do it as often. The ones that's getting the whole year probably did it more often. But Ripley, they said he only bet on 2 games, and they took a whole year away from him. Oh. Start the 4th quarter. Oh, that was nasty. That was nasty. That was a nasty dunk. Man, PJ, as much as I hate jerseys, I went into Pro Image at the Mall of America, and Pro Image had Rodman Laker jerseys for like $75. I almost bought it. Not gonna lie, I almost bought it. I was like, damn, Lakers, that's not LeBron's. I don't know. That jersey looked kind of clean. 73, which, 10. Mommy's home. I don't know. Mommy look like that. Mommy can stay away. That's how some of the crackhead mommies look. Crackhead mommies come back looking like monsters. Yeah, exactly. I can see if they point shaving. Yeah. But again, it's a distraction. You know, we've got crooked sports, and they bring these kind of stories. It's no different than the Astros saying the Astros was calling plays, or that the Astros was having the tips pitched, pitches tipped, and they knew it was coming and had a system. It's the same thing. They're all scripted, so it's just a division. But again, who gets punished? It's like, oh, none of the Europeans ever thought about doing it. They can follow the rules. All the European dudes can follow the rules. It's those colored fellas, the colored fellas have a hard time with rules. Boom, in his eye. Murray had a game. Murray did have a game. Murray had a game. Okay, what's the score here? It's just highlights. They've got a ticker going. I can't see the score. Tipping. Oh, they putting it on them without no Vaseline. Not even any Vaseline on them. But you notice they say they did not 4 Lions and one of the commanders, I think. 1 or 2 commanders. And it's significant money for these younger guys. I mean, imagine losing 900 and some thousand. That hurts. That hurts. Or having to give your bonus money back. In most cases, you done spent that money. And all of a sudden it's gone. You're going to look like Franklin on Snowfall. $61-55. All right, I guess I can get back to philosophizing. I need one of them Rodman Laker joints. Yeah, I saw it and I almost bought that sucker. I am not capping. I really almost bought that sucker. As much as I hate jerseys, I definitely want to get the Timberwolf ones because they come a little more on the shoulders. But yeah, I almost got that sucker. I was like, oh. I was like, oh, okay. So I don't know. It don't look like it's a hurry leaving. And then they got the Rodman Bulls too. They had the Rodman Bulls at Lids. And that was actually cheaper, I think. No, I think that was 85. But the Rodman was 70 or 75. And I don't think I get a discount from Pro Image. I know I used to, but I haven't bought things from them in a minute. I go to Lids far more often than I go to Pro Image. So, but we'll see. The weather, it's too cold. It's cold. Y'all saw the weather we got coming here. What did he say? It's gonna be cold, but that's all right. I got clothes for it. They want me to wear stuff. I'll keep wearing clothes. That's all right. They want me to wear my shorts. Just give me no snow until next December. Guess that'd be good. Because right now we like going on 7 months of winter. And winter is nothing but the glaciers. It's a return of the glacier times. That's all winter is. Or at least what they tell us the glaciers were. Oh, you have the black Minnesota Garnet. Garnett, as I mentioned, when Garnett left and went to Boston, his joints, and I mean his real jerseys, the replicas, but the real replicas were like $5 at a Goodwill. It's like you could just tell NBA stores, somebody just donated them to this place. And I bought both colors. I bought the white one and the dark green one. $5 a piece. And I had those jerseys forever. And when I broke up with my ex, they stole both Garnett's jerseys and they took my McNabb jersey. So I'm pretty sure they stole them and they didn't throw them away. Because they delivered my stuff when we broke up. They said I wasn't moving my shit quick enough. So they was helping me and that shit didn't make it. And I didn't find it there. I went back. And I didn't find it there. So all I can say is they stole my stuff. It was like I had bought a weed whacker, a trimmer, and all of a sudden my battery, like we had two things that took batteries. Her battery, like I found my battery, but I could not find my extra charger. It's like my charger disappeared. One of her friends stole my charger. And I bought the weed whacker. I'm like, nah, it's my weed whacker. I've told the story about my grill. She bought my grill for me. Because it was like when I moved from the backyard to the front of the house was probably knee deep in snow. And yes, I was paying the people, and I could have been disrespectful and moved it over to wood floors inside the house, but wasn't no reason to be destructive. I didn't feel that distraught. But yeah, I had all the Garnett joints. Wore them all the time. Everybody, you saw them everywhere. Like you still go to games and see them. And now them same jerseys, like that black one you say you got, and those two, the white ones and the greens of his era. Yeah, they're expensive now. Well, not really expensive, but I'm saying one time they was giving that stuff away. And I went to the game when they brought him back. I saw him play. I had to show some pictures when he came back. When Wiggins was a rookie. He played when Wiggins was a rookie. I went to a couple of them games. Got to see him again. Because, he was trying to buy the team. And then him and Taylor fell out over something. Mighty fine ale here. Mighty fine ale. It's a Prius. Got a shadow, huh? It's another electric car. Now, sure. No, I haven't caught his podcast yet. I have to check it out. I'm who is it? I get Patrick Beverly's podcast, him and that guy. But yeah, I have to check Garnett's podcast out. But he was a dude, he's paid for. He works for the beast. Becomes obvious when you listen. All of them, they don't think just because they don't play no more, they don't work for it. And that tells you how thirsty that everybody is to still be seen, still be heard. And a lot of these cats is getting they've got well pensions, all these guys, good investments, but yet they still want to be in front of this. Look at Shannon Sharp. He got a morning show every day during the week, but yet he still want to do this. So you would think, when is it ever enough? Remember in TNT Garnett had his little cove. They would switch to Garnett and, more hardcore NBA talk. That only lasted about a season. Remember Garnett would always put his hoodie, like he had glued his hoodie on his head. So every show he's got a little bit of the hoodie on his head. Looked like he glued it on his head the way he kept it on his head. And all the time, I get on Charles Barkley and Kenny and Shaq agreeing not to look in the camera. I mean, you should look in the camera. That's what they tell you when they teach you television. They tell you to look in the camera. They don't tell you to look like you're having a conversation. And that's the lie they try to tell you. No, it's demasculating brothers saying that Europeans feel uncomfortable if you look into the camera. Look at what they're doing to you. I've been talking about this since I've been noticing that they did this with TNT. Because TNT just started with Ernie and Fred, whatever Fred was named. That's how it started when they did basketball highlights before they got the contract. And then it became just Kenny and Ernie. Fred Hickman was his name. They got rid of Fred Hickman and Kenny came in when they started doing the games. And then it was Barkley. It was Kenny, Barkley, and Ernie for years while Shaq was still playing. And they started that crap then where they wouldn't look in the camera. As I said, they brought Magic Johnson in at the time. Magic doing that same crap. not looking in the camera, looking at each other. And it was so bad where Magic went from TNT over to ESPN, and ESPN, they was about looking in the camera. But now, what is it now? With Ocho and all them, now they don't look in the camera anymore. Only at specific times. But it used to be everybody on ESPN, when they talk, they look directly in the camera. Cold Pizza with Woody, started with Woody and Skip. These Europeans wasn't not looking in the camera. Exactly it. They made us out to be violent. Now they making us look weak. Exactly. Yeah, you can tell who's down with the shit. Indeed.
For what he has, he says that the only way that we can solve our problem is to unite together among ourselves, among our own kind, clean ourselves up, rid ourselves of the evils that we've become addicted to here in this society, and try and...
That's it. That's it. Well, nobody's really scoring outstanding. Edwards but they both have 13. Edwards is shooting what, roughly 90%? Or no, excuse me, he's shooting 40-some%. Joker, he always shoots a higher percentage. Why are you holding the ball? I do like the Mile Highs. They're a tribute jersey to the David Thompsons. So I do like those. People forget when Spencer Haywood first started playing with the Denver team, they were called the Denver Rockets. And because when the Denver was accepted to go into the NBA, there was already a Rockets team in Houston. So that's why they changed their name to the Nuggets. The Mile High jerseys look like high school jerseys. Ah! Hmm. $64-59. We're right at the beginning of the third quarter. Timberwolves just scored. PJ said the jerseys look like the high school jerseys. That was manipulated. That was definitely manipulated. You saw the rattle in the rim. And I think that's better than me, filming it, is watching it live and saying, look at this shot. You can clearly see it's manipulated. Especially if you're watching the game like I'm watching the game. Why I got to film it and point it that it's manipulated. Here we are right now in real time and saying this shot is manipulated. I think that's better for our people to understand. Watch this. Rattle. See the hard hit? See the hard hit? It's a manipulated shot. That ball should have went off to our left. Rudy. His hands wet or something? What did he argue? What did you see that? That looked like some fixing talk. Why would he ever have to whisper something to him? That looks like fix-it talk. Scripted talk. Talk to the people in your play. If you didn't remember something, you can tell them what the script is. That's what, you forgot your line. So he told him the line, or he's asking, what is the line on this? What we doing next time down? That's what it appeared like. Why would he have to cover his mouth for that? I mean, what secrets would they have to talk? That was a good pass. Didn't need the help. He had a defender that could deal with his own man. So right now we're at 70. Why were they so slow in changing the score? 71-58. See, Rudy could have dealt with him. He didn't need the help. That Rudy, Rudy was that faked out. Oh my goodness, that was ridiculous. Rudy, you know how the video game where the player gets stuck in the defense position? That's what we just saw. Rudy was stuck on a slow fake. That fake was slow as hell. Short. Strong to the hoop. See how he always falls? He always falls. Like he always puts him in the position, then he falls down on purpose. He always does. He does that. That's common for him. And I say it creates fast breaks for the other team, 3-on-2s and whatever. There was no reason for him to fall there, and for some reason, for him to do the script, he's got good. He's like, okay, I'll just fall. Yeah, you're good at that. Just fall. That's what it appears like for him. Terrible pass. Damn. Come on, guys. We need to make... You know, they used to say, we want a pitcher, not a belly itcher. Turnovers. Airball. No foul there. No foul.
What in the hell?
You speak enough English to understand him? I've told this story before, boy. When Tony Kukoc came into the Bulls, oh my goodness, everybody, the rumor was how sour he smelled. You know, them cats don't shower like Americans. And them cats have a whole new bag. You know, where people don't shower so long, their skin smell sour. Michael Porter Jr. Yeah, you've been around them people. Damn, man, but I can't play the music because we losing so bad. Can't celebrate. Rudy, Rudy, Rudy. A little bit. Yeah, game's at noon tomorrow. Tobacco hits a lot different. It's the ooh. Now we're down by 10 with 8 minutes left in the third quarter, so there's a lot of game left. Remember how game 2, they were down by 10 most of the game, they let them come back. Oh, that was a nice move. Michael Porter Jr., that was a nice move. Bad pass. See, falls down again. I mean, he's a clown. It's hard to like him. He clowns so much. Made the contact and still got it over him. The contact stopped him from jumping, getting to his peak jump. You make the contact and he can't get to his peak jump. Porter Jr. going, yeah, he's hooping tonight. We've seen him make a couple drives, take the ball to the hoop a couple times. Yeah, Michael Porter Jr., but that's a goofy there, though. He's a goofy. He plays the fool. Like, fall down every chance you get. Give a fast break up. That is his move. Surprised he ain't wear elbow pads, he fall down so much. And so those of you that love basketball, that's all. We're just doing basketball. I'm not coming on at midnight, excuse me. That's 3 in a row for him. He putting in that work. 12-point lead. They look seemingly out of it. What can the Timberwolves do? He goes to the corner. Between his leg, he spins. Back to Jobert, who almost gets stolen. Oh, he misses. Jobert with the slam. No, that's Noel missed. Where are my shoes? Because next commercial, I'm going to go get me another beer. I'm going to end up having to put me a fridge up in here. I got a fridge, too. In one of my garages, I got a fridge. One of my storages, I got a little fridge I can put in here and keep my beer and my cold water up here. Good play. Still, we getting our asses kicked without no Vaseline. Defense, Joker, beat Joker stuff. Beat his stuff. Made it hard. Oh, that was missed and they manipulated it in. What about all your pushing off? You crying for a hoop. All your pushing off. Plus he ugly. He be ugly in the ball in. You know how the dudes be so ugly. Remember the mad balls? He fell again. Remember? He looked like one of them mad balls. I know some of y'all remember mad balls. Those little balls that had the ugly little goony demon-like faces. Remember them mad balls? That's how Joker looked. He looked like a mad ball. I wonder if I can find that. Let's see if we can find mad balls. See what they used to look like. All right. Here we go. Mad Ball and Toys. Here we go. There go Joker right there. Look at all these pictures of Joker. Remember Mad Balls, y'all? Know some of y'all. Look at this. The one-eyed, one eye, one eye, one eye, one eye. What do you think they tried to teach? But that's the Joker right there. The Joker looked like him. Oh, remember Mad Balls? That's the Joker. That's the one-eye symbolism. Remember Mad Balls? Remember them? See, I don't just be making up shit, y'all. Even though I do make up shit. Well, not really. But remember, I didn't know Mad Balls went into bodies. I never heard of that thing, a mad ball into a bank. Damn, I thought it was just mad balls. You could give a mad ball a body. But yeah, that's Joker. There you go again. One-eye symbolism, one-eye symbolism, one-eye symbolism. Y'all remember that? Mad balls. See? You know, a person buys toys, remembers shit. My boys used to love that shit. I know y'all remember that shit. I bought toys for a long time, y'all. I know y'all remember them. Mad balls, them some ugly balls. I know y'all remember that shit. Oh, commercial. I'm going to get me some beer. This is beer time. I'll let y'all watch some news, local news again. Or do you I'd rather watch me? One of my old shows. I Like Me. There we go. Oh, shorts. I'm not going to be going that long. Oh, shit. Damn. What in the hell? It's going to take me a minute to pee and to run downstairs and grab me some beer. So, y'all excuse me. Excuse me while I go do that. Enjoy the game till I get back. I will give you some viewing pleasure. And I studied some of this stuff thoroughly. And when it was broke down years ago, and then people regurgitated, because that. Damn, I'm a bragging ass nigga. Damn, I'm bragging like a motherfucker. That's all you do is it's on this train for the last couple years. You regurgitating it. That's all you're doing. You regurgitating something that mad Pontiac. That's all you're doing. You regurgitating. All you melanated people that have picked this up. At you. And PNF was the first one that let me down because again, to have my full power as a time walker, I need to ally with Moors. And again, you know, all the good information, the researcher, there he goes. Well, look at this building. Look at that building. Why was that building here? Come on now. Come on. The World Fairs. They're hiding the World Fairs. How does this shit make any sense? Who cares? Well, you know, we came from a great society and they tore down all our buildings. You guys sound like idiots. I mean, you literally sound like idiots. Your research is trash. You lazy researchers. You wasn't researching this shit in 16, 17 when the shit was popular. Now what we from 16? 6 years later? And y'all talking about this 6 years later? So do you see how I look at it? When I broke it down then with that Australian back in 15, 16. Y'all wasn't talking about that. I've been friends with some of y'all since 15, 16. Turtle Gang, you wasn't talking about mud flood in 15, 16. I'm not going to mention no more other names. But y'all wasn't talking about that in 16, 17. 15, 16. Y'all wasn't talking about it when I was going after Max. Was y'all? Where was y'all then? I've been friends with y'all. Wasn't on none of y'all posts then. Let's go back to your posts. Was you posting about it then? All the Rob Bay, whatever that chick's name is, you wasn't talking about it then. You American Indian. Rob Bay, that's her name. You wasn't talking about it in 15. You just started talking about it in 22, 23. You dig? Bomber was another nigga was always talking about that bullshit. But Bomber saw that it was bullshit. But Bomber was on for a minute. He fell for it. But again, Bomber was talking about it back in 15. Now how long y'all been talking about it? Some of y'all been talking about this stuff recently. Like y'all just learned this stuff in the last year. And you know, my other channel was taken down and well, this channel's been up 2 years now, so whenever Biden, Tom Hanks took over. That's when they took my other channel down, that January. So you see where I'm coming from. I'm not talking about this from just Oh, I'm hating. I'm telling you, I broke that down years ago. Okay? So you welcome to come on here and we can talk about it. Any of y'all. Any of you mud flood people want to come on here. Any of you Terraria lovers. I've already invited you over. Come on now and tell me. That's the main question I want you to say is, why wasn't you talking about it in 15? Because you didn't know about it. And I've been friends with y'all. Turtle Gang, you gave me the time walking papers in 13, 14, baby. You wasn't talking about Terraria back then. I've been friends with y'all for some of y'all for a long time, and y'all wasn't talking about it back then when I was going after people about it. Oh my goodness. I will bring it. I will motherfucking bring it. Okay, where are we at right now? Where are we at? I was getting all into it. You know me. I don't talk shit. I talk cash shit. Straight up cash shit. Here we go. You know me. You said Tom Hanks. You said the Haynes commercial that's now with the brother practicing some red draw. Hell yeah. Could not be defeated. Even though I need it. Oh. It's funny. This crumble I got, this shit looks like handling this shit is like, it reminds me so much of fucking handling crack. But that's the nature of it. It is so crumbly. And actually it's a little easier to handle because wax, you know, you got to kind of keep it cold. But it's like it's this little bit, it still has value, which is so crack-like. This is a fiend shit. You know, you sit in the trap and you can see what people would be like to their last little bit. And the people that had money, you know, it wasn't no big deal. They just sit for a minute and buy some more. And people didn't. You see, they start scheming and scamming, trying to figure out how to scam and get some more. It's a jungle inside of a jungle, if you understand what I mean. It's a jungle that ate up a lot of people. And that was a disappointment about Snowfall. I mean, he didn't become really a crackhead. He became a drunk. In the time of crack, he became a drunk. Like, he didn't want to do nothing. He wouldn't do crack, but he would drink and wouldn't try to be productive in any way, shape, or form. Oh. So nice. Oh. So nice. That is so nice. One love, you're lucky just to have just one love. One love, one love. You're lucky just to have one love. You said Tom Hanks. Oh my goodness. So yeah, so for the sports enthusiasts, kind of like philosophy sports, I guess. I got this calming flower. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm the last of this. I got to call him up or go get some more. I know where I can get some wax. It costs a little more than my guy, but my guy, call him up and see what's up. And, oh, Monday, I don't know if I mentioned this, but Monday they're passing legislation to we're gonna be the next state to allow marijuana. Matter of fact, they're going right in to allow marijuana like Monday. As soon as the government signs it, marijuana is legal. It's gonna take a while for it to get in the shops and shit, and then all the licensing, but it's legal. And the people that's like for small marijuana crimes, they're gonna start expunging that shit. So everything's gonna get better. The drink's gonna get better. The Delta 88 gonna get better. The THC gonna get better. And it's already excellent. And it's not going, you know, the hustlers ain't going nowhere. because they still got a product that's always going to need to be available. Oh my goodness, he sucks.
What in the hell?
Now Rudy falling down. People don't know that John Henry was 7 foot. He was never sick a day in his life. He was able to, to tell you how great some of our ancestors was. John Henry was so big and so strong, he was able to drill through a mountain with just a pick. He had a hammer, and the dude who held the hammer and was able to drill through a mountain like that. Now, and in that old myth, some of it's true. And if you remember the full myth, it was him against a machine. You know, the machine that would knock rocks off. And they tell you in the myth that John Henry won. He went further than the machine, but it killed him. So the moral of the story is, keep your ass out of the mountain trying to knock it down. You can always go over the mountain or get other people to knock it down. Let the machine knock it down. The beast wants to knock it down. My ego ain't going to unprove the beast. But the other way you could look at it is, if you're strong enough to knock a mountain down, knock the motherfucker down. That's the other way to look at it. He could have dunked on them dudes. Definitely. I never believed that. I'm sorry.
What in the hell?
It's different. All right, we got a 10-point lead. We're 3 minutes left in the third quarter. What do we got here, y'all? Penetration. He rises. Miss. Up. Good rebound, Rudy. Terrible. Ooh, it went in. Rudy for the 2. Rudy for the 2. Time is it? Oh, okay. That was damn good defense. Damn good defense. Hell yeah. Rudy's, look at him. He's active. He wants it. Gets position and shoots the J. And wheeling Dillon shoots the J. Boom! Hell yeah! Look at him, look at him, look at him. Rising on him. Ooh, that was a manipulated shot too. That was hard. That shot was hard. But they're trying to keep us entertained. They want you to think they have a chance. Oh well. Ant-Man. What's not to believe about John Henry though? Man, John Henry was related to me. He was my 3rd cousin from my mama's 8th cousin. You know, his real name was Jonathan Man-Man. They called him Man-Man. You know, he was a natural born man. You know, when he was born, he was never a baby. He was, you know, even when he was a boy, he was a man. Man boy. Remember that? Man boy. Because even when I was a boy, I was a man. So man boy. Man, big baby. Big baby is demasculating like a mug. Big baby Davis. But remember, trying to talk about a handicapped person. So you called him Big Baby? I mean, that's like sicker than sick. It's sicker than sick. That's how it goes. Mm. Just think Denver got to live here. Come on, Denver got to be here all week. We can beat them. They're on the road, living in hotels. Oh, Denver in town. The club's gonna be packed tonight. There's a bunch of clubs downtown for young folks. Denver in town too? Shit, downtown gonna be happening tonight. You know them girls up in there, them lizards, they up in there. For the ones that have to buy it and can't just pull it, they at the game. Them girls gonna be in the clubs tonight, and the weather ain't terrible, so they can wear all that little mini stuff. Even think about that. I ain't think about a club. This is my club. I'm drinking nothing but top shelf and I'm smoking good. Ah. Damn bad, stupid pass. Damn. Every time we try to come back, we throw a mistake. Damn. Jeff Green older than me. Fly, fool. Score. Oh, he missed. Oh, way to hit the boards. Way to hit the boards. Way to hit the boards. I'm not giving up. I'm not giving up. On a Friday night, too. Yes, exactly. It's jumping downtown. I'm telling you. If I was a young person, I would definitely be downtown tonight. If you're in Minneapolis, you want to go out, go downtown. There's going to be a lot happening tonight after a game. Damn, Murray. Why one in our ass? Damn, Murray. Why one in our ass? Oh, man, I'm going on 4 hours, y'all. I'm going on 4 hours. Right the hell on. Damn, that J was right in his ass. Damn, that hurt. I'm very upset. Come on, Jeff Green. Looked like he made that one. From the angle, the way it hit. Oh, but that hurts too. Ooh, it didn't even move. He didn't even move the net. I never said players can't hit shots because we know better than that. Damn. They didn't call no foul on that? Did he step out? Damn, man. Your stuff is raggedy. You got to get more in the air. Ooh, he just caught it in the air and like, over my shoulder. We like that. Rudy. Oh, we need a turnover. Dang, sloppy, fouling. Oh, that's Noel. Or Prince. That was Ant? He hit a piece of that. Wish I could fly through the air and throw it over my shoulder. I never learned how to dunk backwards. I have a picture of me dunking backwards, but it was something I never really practiced a lot. On a Friday night, what do you think about that 27 number wears? Yeah, that's really odd. That is really odd. But on the basketball jersey, it doesn't look as bad. But 27 should not be on a football jersey. It just should not. Basketball jersey, it does look odd, but it doesn't look as odd as on a football jersey. 27 should not be on a football jersey. It's the oddest of odd. And I think the best player I've ever heard of is, Man, did he wear it in pros? Amos Armstrong? Seemed like he wore that at Purdue and they switched him to 24 when he went to Denver. But I think when he was at Purdue, he wore 27. I don't know. I'd have to look it up. Too lazy to. Don't care enough. Oh, George Foreman started, didn't it? Yeah, George Foreman. I don't know. I don't know if I want to go see the George Foreman movie. Because Evander Holyfield beat the shit out of George Foreman, and so did Tommy Morrison. Tommy Morrison later had AIDS. They played in the Rocky movie. They beat the shit out of George Foreman. Big George had on glasses after the fight. Holyfield whooped his ass too. I really wish that Holyfield and Buster Douglas could have fought a real fight, though. I think Buster would have really beat him. I think Buster had all the tools to beat him. Remember, he fought Mike Tyson at 220, 224 at the heaviest. He fought Holyfield at 248. Come on. You think that was a real fight? That was his way of telling everybody that he didn't cut weight because he knew it was fake. And they probably didn't care either. Everybody knew he was going to lose. So it was, you got the Olympic medal winner. He was picked. It was like Mike Tyson is going to suffer, so we're going to let Holyfield. And then even Holyfield Tyson, both fights, headbutting, consistently headbutting, especially that first fight. Consistently getting away with headbutting. They took away points. He did it so much. He should have been disqualified for headbutting. And that was his way of fixing it. He was going to headbutt, and so much was going to be allowed, and so much wasn't. But it gave him an advantage, and Mike wasn't ready for it. And see, there's a lot of ways to fix fights. That was the dirty, old-fashioned way. Knicks end up winning it. Now the Knicks are winning the series 2-1. Two dudes.
Got to have vision.
What?
My bitches. You saying you can't control your bitches? What?
Nigga get mad. Say, motherfucker, what you mean you ain't gonna let me in this funky joint? Much money I done spent in here, nigga. I knew your mama when she was horn. Hump, baby. Shit, bet I do it over time. Say that, nigga. Shit.
I used to play this shit over I would play a track like Not Just Knee Deep or something like that, had extended play, and I would put Richard Pryor in it like that. I remember I was riding with one of my partners and he was listening to it and he's like, he's shooting craps, ain't he? He had never heard this part of the Wastack routine. And he was like, he's shooting craps, ain't he? And I was like, yeah, I used to mix this. So it's come a long way to be able to, the same kind of sounds I used to mix. But I used to take, the one I haven't found, the one I was looking for is George Clinton. It's one of the concerts. And the concert, one of George Clinton's songs is It Ain't Illegal Yet. And I probably could find it if I look for it. But it's like, say it, it ain't illegal yet. And then the fans just take over. It's alive. So I probably should look it up. Let me write a note to look it up. And so, these blendings of sounds is the same kind of thing. It's just, the 2023 version. Whoops. Well, we got the fourth quarter. We control the ball. We're down 94-88. Kylie Jr. with the ball. Picks it up. Gives it to Rudy. No, that's Anderson. Anderson wheels, deals. Anderson jump hook. Short. Rebound by the Joker. Joker gives it to Boba Fett. Boba Fett gives it out front. Oh, Anderson steals the ball. Good play, Anderson. Anderson is my man from the pond. Cat wanted to shoot the three. We know Cat's about to fall down. Cat's dribbling off his legs. Up, throws a dime. Good.
My bitches.
Good. Time out, Denver. Time out, Denver. Are we hyped up in here? We hyped up in here. We hype. Don't call it a comeback. I've been here for years. I mentioned them fights when heavyweights were on top. Oh yeah. I mean, hell, when Ali fought, you guys are old enough to remember when Ali was fighting every other week. It seemed like Ali fought when Ali became champion in '74. Ali fought on Wild Willer Sports every 6 months. Every 6 months, Ali was on TV. They started putting Ali's fights on TV. Like about every 6 months. Sometimes he fought maybe 3 fights a year. So, if you guys are old enough to remember, Ali was on TV constantly when he was champion. Because remember, they penalized him all those years when they wouldn't let him fight. That's why he had to fight till he was so old. They took away his prime years. But when he was champion, he fought all the time. It was very common, the Friday night, Saturday night, Ali fight. And remember when Ali beat Spinks, or when Ali beat Spinks, Ali Spinks 2, it was 80,000 people up in the Metrodome or in the Superdome, or in the dome that was in Louisiana. Mercedes is called the Mercedes Dome now, but it wasn't called that then. I think it's 89,000 people is the biggest fight ever. And I think that fight was free. I don't think that fight was pay-per-view. I'm trying to think what fights was pay-per-view with Ali. Was Ali Foreman was pay-per-view. Ali Frazier pay-per-view, but it wasn't much more after that. Them fights was free. So yeah, the heavyweights and that went in, it was so popular that even going into Mike Tyson lived off of that. Because Larry Holmes and all them champions, Holyfield going up to Tyson. So we saw what Ali, even though Ali stopped being champ in 80 was his last fight, what you saw for the next 10 years was a continuation of his energy. And Larry Holmes was very much like Ali. Flickering jab, big guy, but could hit. But was known to beat you with accumulation of punches, which Ali was basically known for. He would hit you with so many punches, and that was Larry Holmes. I mean, if there was, if you look at Michael Jordan being another Kobe, you got to look at Larry Holmes being a bigger, younger Ali. Where Ali didn't get to benefit from his prime, Larry Holmes, copying Ali's style, got to benefit from it. If you study and if you're a boxing historian. So, no way to get around it. Thank you for the people hanging in there with me for my 4 hours. Some people say, oh, that nigga's been on forever, but why not? I'm watching the games. The game is probably another half hour, 45 minutes. And I'm going to sit back and dig. So anybody wants to sit back and dig with me, do it. Shit, I'm going on over 4 hours. I'm going to say it loud. I'm streaming and I'm proud. I'm proud to be streaming. Ooh, damn. They are just embarrassing us every time. We can't do nothing. We down. 10 minutes left. We down by 5. Feeling kind of good. Like I know I should. Sloppy. Reset. Floater. Hard. Yeah, it was pushing the back. I didn't think about him though. It's about him. Oh, he got it. Oh, what was that? How'd the ball go in? He blocked it. Oh, that ball was helped. That ball was clearly manipulated. Ooh, that was a layup. We saw a ball blocked, and we saw them still manipulating the basket. I don't think I've ever seen that before. The ball was clearly blocked, and the ball still went in. Wow. Wow. That was new for manipulation. The ball was blocked, and the ball went back towards the basket. Wow. That ball was clearly manipulated. That's new. I've never watched that kind of manipulation before. That's new manipulation. That is very new manipulation. Wow. What do you think, PJ? Wasn't that crazy? Wasn't that crazy? He had blocked the ball and the ball went back. Oh, he blocked it and the ball rolled back over his hand. Oop. And it's a motherfucker. What's wrong? Tying the shoe? So we got 93 to 99. Did they throw it away? We'll take those. No. And his mug took it to the left. Ooh, he's cowed like that. Oh, good block. We running. And is the man. Oh, that was a brick. Take the ball to the hoop, man. Take the ball to the hoop. Put him on the line. Put him on the line. Damn.
What in the hell?
30 points. 4 times. Oh, okay, in the playoffs, LeBron is number 1. Kobe. Ant just, wow. Ant just tied Kobe. Well, I got it smelling so good in here from burning the candle last night. That's why I'm so hyped. Said, I don't care if just one person watching me, and that's the Google people. I'm still going to bring it. He's been a non-factor tonight. He ain't played that much. Still show my enthusiasm for my craft as a creator. And I ain't saying what I'm creating is unique. I enjoy the game and I enjoy podcasting, so I'm doing both. I did two full games. It is 8 minutes left, 93-99. We need a score. We need another hold in the score. Conley's dishing. Oh, get the rebound, Rudy. Damn, we needed that rebound. Block it. Damn, that hurt. They running on us. They ain't even trying to set up and stall. They running on us. Damn. We need to stop. Somewhere we need to stop. Hit his hand when he tried to shoot a practice shot. Like, what the fuck you doing, man? That's what he says. He's like, what the fuck you doing, man? All right, 7 minutes left. Damn, another turnover and he didn't even run back. Another layup. Wow, he shot that nice and high. T.O., baby. Remember Dick Vitale? T.O., baby. Damn. I think we might have to go back to watching Minnesota weather. What's happening? I'm getting depressed. I'm getting depressed. It's not looking good, y'all. We're going to be down 0-3, man. My money looking good. I done bet everything. I done bet my mama. They going to come get my mama, y'all. I done bet my mama. They going to come get everybody I know. They going to get everybody I know. They going to get Timmy, Tommy, Larry, and Nate. Timmy, Tommy, Larry, Nate. We all in trouble. Timmy, Tommy, Larry, Nate. We all in trouble. So. But that's all right, y'all. Oh, good. There's a lot of energy going tonight. I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad to hear I'm part of the energy that's going on tonight. Nothing wrong with that. put my little bit in because I'm only going to go another 10, 15 minutes whenever the game ends, and I'll get my rest tonight. And I'll be right back tomorrow night late. But tonight it's going to be, last few minutes of my marathon 4-hour scream. That I'll be giving it up. Okay, so another philosophy. If you're not doing every day what you love what you're doing. Make what you're doing enough. Make what you own enough. I mean, we're in a society that tells us it's never enough. But you have to get mature enough to know there's a time when it is enough. And when it is enough, be joyful of it. Don't get lost in the dreams of the want, the wish. Live in the now. Be here now. And that's the way to find joy. Maybe because we all have to, if you're, younger people, you got to raise family. We all got to do that. You understand? And so while doing that, enjoy it. And I know it's a lot of stress, having a family, being married, even if you don't have children, just being married and being with someone else every day, just every day. But enjoy that. Enjoy the little things. Notice the little things. Appreciate the little things. Because that's golden. And if you live in the moment, whatever happens after the moment, you don't have any regrets. Because you loved it while it was with you. And that's how it should be. You don't write any stories. You let things happen. And that's the biggest thing is to don't write stories. Let things happen, because you write stories, you manifest them. It's like you see a cop and you start looking in the mirror more. Cops behind you, keep looking in the mirror more. Well, you're attracting that. Instead of just, okay, whatever. You're behind me, cars get behind me all the time. Right? It's part of driving. Cars get behind you. So what's the difference when their energy behind you? If you know how to drive and you're doing what you're supposed to do, nothing to be worried about. And whatever happens, you ride the wave of it. Okay, the game's back on. 7 minutes. We're down by 10. Still a chance. Not a hope, but a chance. Uh-oh. Man, denying myself. I can see the light. And a beautiful day. Is that a charge? Ooh, where was he? Where did he take off? Oh, they called a block. Good, you need them both. Ant's a pretty good free throw shooter. And this season this is the 420 weekend. This is the 420 weekend. So we're enjoying the 420 on 420 weekend. Michigan always had a thing on 420 called the Greater Michigan Hash Bash. Because on University of Michigan's campus, up to a pound is a misdemeanor. For a long time ago, University of Michigan stopped criminalizing weed. Ooh. As you can see, in 4 hours, I get it on. Well, 105 to 98. Joker, mid-post. Oh, nice footwork. Classic big man move. Leaning too much the other way. Spin off him. that was a good move. That was great footwork. He's been taught great fundamentals, and that's great. That's exactly what you do. You get him leading one way, you spin off him. As I say in wrestling, you got to be able to take the falls. So you got to be able to hoop. And the better you hoop against, why is he running like that? You got him. Go up. Damn. We need to score here, and we'll be down 5. It's about to be TV timeout, too. I think it's 5-minute TV timeout. 5 or 6 minutes. About to be a TV timeout. So he quick blocking. Rudy, you usually don't miss free throws, Rudy. Disappointing. Damn, Rudy, you missing.
What in the hell?
That'll put us at 100. Now we down 6 if he hit this. Oh, he choked them both.
Hell no.
Damn, Rudy. Rudy is not on duty. I'm enjoying it. Am I really back, or is that just a rumor? I don't know, Devontae. Thank you for joining. It's different when you join. Giannis is healthy. Gonna have the Knicks beat Cavs. Knicks versus Bucks will be entertaining. OTF. Yeah, thank you for joining. It's different when you join. That's a good point. Lamar really back? He might be. I haven't read the latest news on it. I'd have to look it up. He signed? Because they're in OTAs now. Hit his head? No comprendo. Knicks beating Bucks. You think the Knicks will beat the Bucks? Is this the year they're going to push the Knicks? I don't know where the blood would be in that, where the sacrifices so that they could win. The league wins when the Knicks win, though. But the Knicks have never been... I don't know. They don't want the Knicks to be... For some reason, they don't want the Knicks to be the center of basketball. And, there's argument going back into Connie Hawkins' times that's, Knicks, New York being the center of basketball. And so because of that, somebody earlier was saying, California people, which, it's a big state. A lot of high school hoopers. A lot of junior college hoopers. Because from that basketball show, we see that, the junior college, the 2-year junior college is like extended. The state is so big, it's like an extended state tournament, high school state tournament. But on the Division 1 junior college level. Because the junior colleges in Michigan have to go to a national thing, national junior college, whatever that is. But California, I imagine they can go to that too, but state's so big, they got enough schools to play each other. It's like in Michigan and most Eastern, they don't have football in junior colleges. Like Michigan does not have one junior college for football, just basketball and baseball, volleyball, women's volleyball. It's not a big deal in Michigan. And you think, Michigan being a football state, it would be, but it's not. You have to come to Minnesota, Wisconsin, Iowa, Nebraska, and out west. Out west always has had football 2-year programs, but not east. Now I know some southern schools have 2-year programs, but not in the Midwest that I know of. They call it traveling. There's so many colleges out here. It's crazy. Cali big as fuck. Yeah. Lakers going all the way. Oh, that's who I'm picking. I am a Lakers fan. So I'm thinking they might make it too. Yeah, it's not looking good for the Timberwolves at all. I don't think I did all that. Oh, yeah, I was going to. Why is everybody moving so slow? Shoot, go downstairs and eat my dinner. This game in, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go eat my dinner. Yeah, that's why my nephew, he's looking at schools now. He's had a couple different trips. He's been to 2 schools here in the state, and then he's flying down to a school next week after. So he's already been to 2 schools, so he's looking to continue his ball playing, his education. Oh, he embarrassed y'all. Damn, we dunked on somebody like that in the first half, and damn, we let them Gordon dunk on like us, like ball backwards.
What in the hell?
Damn. That's all I got to say for. I'm really disappointed.
My bitches. You saying you can't control your bitches? What?
Man, Timberwolves, you can't control. Oldest play in the book. Old play, easy to figure out what's coming. And none of them reacted. They just stood there, let it happen. I am disappointed, y'all. Highly disappointed. When I think of Timberwolves, Kevin Garnett comes in my head. Oh, yeah. But now Ant is the man. But Ant needs some help, and he got all them big dudes. They gave Joe Bear all that money, and he sucks. Well, they didn't need him. They did not need to give up what they gave for him. I mean, on no basketball sense that was a good business decision. You already had Towns. You already had Noel. You already had the big dude from Purdue that was in the G League. What did you need him for? He did not fit in any kind of basketball sense. He did not fit in. So. Yeah, he's definitely overrated. Man, we was talking about Garnett earlier. Now, I went to his first press conference when they brought him in. Met his sister. Sister sued him to get the townhouse that I think was his first house. I told the story before about Garnett. When Garnett first came, he brought his mama here. It was one time where his mama spent like $100,000 in a week or so when the season started. And his financial people took him aside, say, you can't keep doing this. Because again, I don't even think, now remember Garnett's story, Garnett was up for lynching. Remember that? He got in a high school fight and they put the lynch law on him, which made him have to leave the state, which meant he was expelled from public school in South Carolina. Remember what they did to Garnett? Yeah. So, but yeah, so they got rid of his mama. They his financial people was like, hey, you got to cut her off, send her back to Chicago. That's what he did. Mama disappeared. And I don't disappeared as a hit, but it was like, you can't keep her in your pocket like this. Hell, y'all remember LeBron James? He was driving one of them the old style Hummers, not the big Arnold Schwarzenegger Hummer, like the Iraq War, but the Hummer on the truck body. Remember, LeBron had one of them in his senior year in high school. And when they got him, they didn't get him for that. They got him for accepting jerseys. Sports store gave him 2 jerseys, and they made him miss a game, which we know was just some bullshit to give him more publicity. Whoa. It's not looking good for him. 3 minutes left. Well, 7 down 7. We have a chance. Well, it is a commercial break. I'm going to take a commercial break. And I will give you a little entertainment while I take my commercial break. It's probably be the last break of the show while I go pee.
Lot there after someone spotted a man with a shotgun and he refused to put it down. Shoppers huddled inside the mall while negotiators worked to end this without anyone getting hurt. And the good news is they did. Our Alan Henry is live at the Mall of America tonight with some new information just in from Bloomington Police. Alan?
Jeff, behind me is the north parking lot of the Mall of America. And as you can see, it is the current temporary home of the Big Top for the Royal Canadian International Circus. Police are now saying that armed man went inside that circus tent before an hours-long standoff.
You know, it's Friday night. Everyone wanted to go see the circus.
And that's what families were trying to do Friday afternoon when the show was stopped before it even started.
It was delayed about 15 minutes, and then the main circus guy came out and he was like, sorry about the delay. But then he got pulled away by a police officer. 2 minutes later, came back and was like, everyone needs to evacuate slowly, quietly.
As families were evacuated from the Big Top, they weren't told why, just to be quiet.
Mixed feelings because we're not really sure what's going on. So we just had to check social media to see what was the reason.
This was the reason. An hours-long police standoff in the parking lot with a man carrying a long gun. Snipers, SWAT teams, and armored vehicles were all called in.
Especially with everything going on. I mean, there's shootings every day and you just don't know what's going to happen. And so, anxious thoughts in your mind just starts to wander like, oh my gosh, what's going to happen? We're at Mall of America. It's a big place.
While they're happy to be safe, families were frustrated that their night out was ruined.
It's just disappointing and heartbreaking to think that this is kind of like an everyday occurrence nowadays, which, it's just another thing that's happening in the world and not being able to enjoy the Friday night circus. So
very disappointing that we have to deal with this situation. Yeah, because it's family event and some crazy person decides to ruin it all. But I just hope everybody's going to be safe.
Now, further fueling some of the tension these families were feeling as they were inside the mall waiting to be able to come out and get their cars, police say there was a youth fight inside of the mall, but they say that was able to be broken up and that no weapons were involved. Now, as for the man involved in the standoff, police say he was actually in crisis, but he's now in the hospital receiving treatment, and they were able to...
Yeah, I was out there that day when they putting all that big circus thing up or whatever the fuck is out there. Yeah, I saw that out there. I wasn't out there for the standoff, but I saw them when they were putting that big tent out there. All right, here we are. Unless it's a timeout, this will be the game. No more breaks. Taking it to the hole. Oh, turnover and damn. Woo. We need to stop. Stop scoring. Damn. Damn. That hurt my feelings, y'all. It hurt my feelings.
What in the hell?
Damn. Doesn't look good. We're going to be 0-3. Oh, and 3. Exactly. Who goes to the? I remember Garnett tried to fight the Huffle Howard. Who goes to the circus? Well, they've brought Circus Olay to that parking lot at the Mall of America, so I think that's why, you know. And I don't know what the hell is in the circus. There ain't no shit I'd go to. But I know in the past Circus Olay has been out there, and I don't think that's that. Boy, Circus Olay had a lady called the Spider Lady, and she had a monkey on her. She had a Spider Lady suit on, and you know, she could throw her head down. She could like throw her head between her legs and be spider-like walking. Oh my goodness, that monkey was, whoa, that was a hell of a suit she wore. And I was like first row, like, whoa. You know, she was French. So yeah, I knew it was up there, but it wasn't nothing I was gonna go to. It wasn't nothing, none of my children, anybody. Freaky Circus, yeah, they had the bearded lady. Dude looks like a lady. Oh, he just fell. He ran into him and fell. That was bogus. That was bogus as hell. He just ran into him and fell back. A monkey, also known as the kitty, yeah. Well, you know, the female monkeys, the monkey is out there and it looks swollen all the time. Yeah, that monkey. That Louie, me and Louie. Oh, we gotta go. What'd he say? Why do I feel like that? Why do I chase that cat? It's the dog in me. But see, sex isn't as strong as you would think. Because if sex was as strong as you would think everybody would be Muslim. Because what does Islam promise? I mean, Christianity and Catholics only promise you, you go to heaven. But if you're a Muslim, not only do you go to heaven, you drink honey wine, honey-laced weed, and you get virgins every time. Now, I don't know that, I guess it's great heaven. I guess it's somewhere in heaven they just produce virgins. But that is the promise they give you. So I guess that means just tight coochie. You go to heaven and you get tight coochie. You ain't got to worry about it being all blowed off and open. It's tight. So I guess that's what you look for. You look for honey, wine, honey-laced weed, and tight coochie. So you would think more people would like that. I remember I had a girlfriend and told her that, and she was like, "Where's that?" I'm like, "You ain't read it all, honey? Where do you think you're going? Are you going to be one of the Vestal virgins? Because, honey, your coochie is not tight. Good, but not tight." I had to tell her like that. Oh, I'm hurt. Oh, I'm hurt.
What in the hell? Hell no. What in the hell?
Ah, I ain't got no crying sound here for me to cry. I want to cry. I want to cry. Well, y'all, I'm about to cut it, but I'm going to end it like I normally start it. To the east, to the north, to the west, to the south, above, below, and the middle. To the east, to the north, to the west, to the south, above, below, and the center.
What are we doing? 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 I'm sorry, Nick. What are we doing? 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 I'm sorry, Nick.
All right, I'm having fun. Just remember,
Me and Bubba trying to rescue some kittens.
this has been the Big Eagle Hour doing the NBA. Thank you, everyone who hung in with me. Thank you so much. And yeah, till we meet again.